broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets break there upon first singing air, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown.
It's with the throw to the plate. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. They are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. You can build your dream home in the Carolinas by heading to the Barn Co. They're one of the nation's best builders. They got all these little awards that prove all of that. The barndoco.com. If you've got a piece of property or plan to have one and you'd like to build one, that's where you want to go. We love them. They're great Gamecocks. The barndoco.com. It is a busy day in sports. Last night is kind of one of the stranger sports nights of the year because you're so used to, you get in the habit, right? Like last weekend opened March Madness for the men and for the women, and you've got, baseball, college baseball going on, and you got all kinds of stuff happening. If you're in our neck of the woods, it's one of the stranger sports nights of the year because then you get to the week and it's like you don't have anything. Like, what am I supposed to be watching tonight?
I watched a movie.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, unless you want to watch hockey, you can watch the NIT or something like that. But that problem is now solved, Phil. Today is Major League Baseball's opening day, even though they did play a series in Tokyo that nobody knew about. Bravo to MLB for really kicking things off on the right note, as they generally do.
It's my team, even. That's what I couldn't believe. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean the Cubs played the Dodgers in Japan? What?
I know. Who'd have thunk it? So, but that's over. That problem's solved. Baseball is back at the big league level, and they'll be playing today. And then, of course, you got March Madness beginning tonight for the men, and you got the Sweet 16, and that'll extend through the weekend. And then you got college baseball this weekend, and you got the ladies They start tomorrow. So it's going to be matter of fact, my cousin is coming to stay at the house tomorrow night to come play with the girls. And God bless her, 26-year-old who wants to come time with 6-year-olds, but Alyssa's the best. I love you, Alyssa. I said, well, that's great. You can come on over. But I got news for you. We got 5 o'clock tomorrow. We got Maryland and Carolina in Birmingham. And I'll be on the porch. Tomorrow's supposed to be a nice day. So I'm going to maybe throw something on the smoker or do something like that. So we got that. We've got LSU, South Carolina softball. I believe it's a 6 o'clock first pitch in Baton Rouge, if I'm correct on that. You got the Gamecocks and the top-ranked Vols in baseball tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. And then you got the men's side of March Madness, and at 7:39, I think, tomorrow night, you got Kentucky and Tennessee in basketball. So I'll have both of my TVs going while I'm comfortable on my Palm Casual furniture, and probably going to have another one or two out there. So I got to figure that. Man, I don't know if the office TV's going or the garage TV's going or what's going, but something's going.
2 TVs, a phone, a tablet, everything's going to have. I mean, it's
fire pit cranked up.
Yeah, you're going to need 2 internets for this.
So we need South Carolina, the women to win, both women, softball, basketball, and we need the baseball team to get it together and pull off an upset. And I need Tennessee to beat Kentucky in basketball for my bracket's sake. So, yeah, that's what we need. Yeah. We also have Hale McGranahan today in the 11 o'clock hour. He's at practice right now. So we'll get some practice observations from him. There's a big quarterback who's visiting this weekend. We'll get the scoop on that and some other recruiting nuggets and tidbits and all those type of things. So Hale's coming up here in just a little while. But first, I mentioned Birmingham, and that is where we will go. We are joined by the voice of the Gamecock women's basketball program, who's out of fingers and toes to put rings on, but hoping to add another one here soon. Brad Muller, it's an hour earlier in Birmingham, but I'm quite sure you've probably been up for a little while.
Yeah.
As things get rolling along, man. Thank you for joining us. How are you? How's the flight?
No, it was easy. It's a lot better flying to Birmingham than flying to Spokane.
Right.
Where the other regional is. So, yeah, it was a pretty uneventful trip. So far, we're about 100 yards from the SEC offices here, so it's a good place to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably familiar territory, that's for sure. What's the schedule today?
They got practice coming up in a couple hours, and they got to do all the media stuff where they meet with all the ESPN folks, do all their one-on-ones for all the fluff pieces that they'll put on the TV broadcast and all that. It's a lot of. It's funny because it's not like they haven't met with our players all year long, but they try to find something new. So they'll have that, in between practices today. And then, it's crowded. You don't get a ton of time on the arena floor for your practice. So sometimes they'll have practice elsewhere as well. Because remember with women's basketball now, it's basically a double regional. There's 2 regionals happening here. The bracket that South Carolina is in is Friday, Sunday. And then the other Birmingham bracket is Saturday, Monday. So you're going to have a lot of teams, on the floor for a short practice today.
Yeah, I would imagine that the fine folks of Baton Rouge, Louisiana would rather be in Birmingham than in Spokane, Washington.
Yeah.
Yes. Same thing with their counterparts, NC State. But this is going to be a slam-packed deal over the next couple of days. For those that maybe haven't seen it closely, obviously the Gamecocks have the 4th-seeded Terps tomorrow at 5 o'clock on ESPN. Of course, Brad will have it on the radio, which we encourage you to listen. And, do like baseball,
right.
You mute, listen. But Duke and North Carolina play right before that, which is going to be something in that arena. And then you've also got Notre Dame and TCU down there, and Texas and Tennessee. Yeah, they're going to play the final game in Birmingham on Saturday afternoon at 3:30 as part of the Sweet 16. So the fan bases, I mean, we know how South Carolina travels. We know Tennessee travels. We know Texas travels. And I doubt Duke and North Carolina folks are going to miss an opportunity to travel either. So I would imagine it's quite the spectacle.
Yeah, it's going to be crowded here, and yeah, I anticipate a ton of garnet and black when South Carolina is playing. And yeah, you got to love it on the other side, or as part of South Carolina's bracket with Duke and North Carolina, meeting in the NCAA tournament. I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, I think they played just a couple of times during the regular season, did not play. Duke won the conference tournament over NC State, but you got to love that, playing your arch rival, lose or go home. That'll be a great atmosphere. I'm looking forward just to watching that, the game before we go on the air.
Yeah, so if Carolina gets through Maryland, that's who they get. One of those two teams. A shade of blue will be next for South Carolina. All right, Brad, fill us in on Maryland. What do we know about them? They're coming off of a high-flying, high-scoring 2 double overtime victory over 5th-seeded Alabama. For anybody that missed that, it was 111-108. You don't see those scores very often in women's basketball, overtime or not. So we do know that they can put some points on the board.
Yeah, second highest scoring game in NCAA women's tournament history. It was a great game. They Maryland battled back. They were down 17 points in the second half and came back and won against a good Alabama team. That tells you a little something about Maryland's ability to put points on the board, rallying from 17 points in the second half. And, they're very guard oriented. Their posts aren't huge, which makes it a better matchup for South Carolina as opposed to, the Texases and the UCLAs that have, 6'5" and 6'7". Their post players are around 6'2", but their guards are big. They've got guards that are 6'1", 6'2" as well. So that makes it a little bit challenging. They spread their offense around. Their top scorers are guards. 3 of their guards average double figures. One of them, Kayleen Smichael's averaging about 18 points per game. They get to the free throw line a ton, and that'll be something to watch in this game, is how the game is called, because South Carolina is a very physical defensive team. And if it's one of those things where if you bat an eyelash, and they call a foul, that could favor Maryland, because they get to the line a lot. They led the Big Ten in free throw attempts. I think they're number 2 in the nation in free throw attempts, and they shoot free throws really well. They've got one young lady. They've got a couple actually that are 3 of their starting guards shoot over 80% from the foul line. One of them, Cheyenne Sellers, who shoots a ton of free throws. She's got, she's one of those ones that, I think she's hit like 15 of her last 16 or something like that. They've got another one that's shooting 95% from the line. They just don't miss. So if you get into a free throw shooting contest, it might not go our way.
Is this team returning a lot of faces from last year's matchup as well, Brad? Is this going to be a familiarity thing here?
It's a little bit of both. They've got some key players back. Cheyenne Sellers, who's their big guard, who's one of their second leading scorer, is back. But they've got Sarah Tibiasu, transferred from Virginia Commonwealth. She was the player of the year in the Atlantic 10 last year. So that was a big portal pickup for them. She's averaging double figures. She's a really good 3-point shooter. So that adds another element to them. And Smichael, who's their leading scorer, actually transferred from Rutgers. She was the first team all Big Ten player this year for them. So that was another big pickup. Some of their other role players are returning from last year, but 2 of their main starters came in through the portal. So this is a better team than we saw last year when South Carolina defeated Maryland during the regular season.
Yeah, it's a pretty well-balanced team, honestly, especially from a scoring standpoint. I was going to ask you how you say that. Tibiasu.
Yeah.
Tibiasu. Yeah, so primarily, I think it's something like 55% or something like that. 60% of her shots are from beyond the arc. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's right. And she's shooting 45% from behind the arc. It's a pretty good clip. So, you can't give her practice shots. Obviously, you got to have a hand in her face, expect to see, dribble drive and kick outs to her, hoping that the defense is going to collapse and help out, on any passes inside or any drives inside. And you leave a player, you leave her open for 3 and she's going to knock them down. So that's where the defense is going to have to keep their discipline and always have, at least contest her shots and make her uncomfortable, because if you give her practice shots, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, I noticed too, the good teams in women's college basketball, well, both the men and the women, quite frankly, but the good teams make it a point to challenge themselves in the non-conference. Of course, playing in the Big Ten, they had a chance to run up against UCLA and Southern Cal this year. Man, I hate that Juju.
Yeah, doesn't that
Watkins.
sound weird?
Yeah, I know. I know. I still can't.
Yeah,
I have this reaction in me when I hear some of this stuff. With
Yeah,
the
yeah.
conference.
I
A
get
lot
it.
of
Hey, I still think
Yeah.
of Maryland as ACC, but that's
Big Ten,
that's
right.
long since passed. Yeah,
I know. What in the world is the ACC doing?
Yeah, that sentence was loaded with triggers.
yeah.
I
Showing our age and all these. Yeah.
know. They did play Duke, who they should play a lot more in the non-con this year. Who do you think that they have faced that is close or closest resembles the Gamecocks?
You talking about Maryland?
Yep.
Good question, because the Big Ten is pretty diverse because of the additions of UCLA and Southern Cal. Obviously, UCLA is its own unique animal because of the size they have, which would be similar to Texas, really. Southern Cal is unique. Obviously, Juju Watkins, who's unfortunately out now. They've got a lot of talent as well, but that Juju is such a volume shooter. I'm trying to think who would be similar, at least in the Big Ten, to what South Carolina has faced. We, other than the West Coast Big Ten teams, we haven't seen a ton of other Big Ten teams this year. I mean, we see more of the ACC and some we've seen the TCUs and things like that. So off the top of my head, I'm not sure who would be more identical to South Carolina, but Maryland is somewhat similar. They've got just in their own right because they have a lot of guards who can score. Their posts aren't big, but are effective. Or they've got some large guards. One of their posts, Ali Kubek's only 6'2", who's she's good. She's not going to wow you with her numbers. It's kind of similar to South Carolina's post with Sanaya Fagan. If you let her go, she's going to score on you. But for the most part, she's going to hover around 8 or 9 points a game, grab some rebounds and things like that. But if you leave her alone, she's going to finish under the basket. So, I think they're actually similar with some of their personnel with South Carolina themselves.
And for what it's worth, they did face Texas in the Coretta Scott King Classic back in January, and Texas beat the brakes off of them, 89 to 51. It was almost a 40-point difference up there in Newark. South Carolina has not lost since the UConn game. Go back to this Indiana game this past last weekend, 64-53, the final score. Brad, we mentioned on Monday, I applaud Indiana. I thought that Indiana, played about as well as they could against the Gamecocks on their home floor. I mean, they only scored 53 points, of course. That's a tribute to the Gamecocks defense, which is elite. But overall, I mean, Carolina was able to kind of continue to grow that thing and get a nice comfortable lead and hang on to it and win fairly comfortably. But give us a recap of what happened in those 4 quarters and how prepared they are coming out of that regional.
Yeah, it was interesting because coming off the first round win against an overmatched Tennessee Tech team, you were feeling really well that South Carolina had picked up where it left off from the SEC tournament, where they were playing some of their best basketball of the year, which is what you want, right, going into March. But then it felt like in terms of performance, they took a little step back against Indiana. And now Indiana's a good program. This is the 3rd time we've played them since I've been here. And they beat us once back in the year the NCAA tournament was canceled because of COVID. That was the only team that beat Carolina that year. And they were very good last year. The Gamecocks beat them in the Sweet 16, but it was a 4-point game. So systematically, they're very similar from year to year, even if they don't have the same personnel. On paper, South Carolina was the much better team. Indiana played well, but I think part of it too was South Carolina just wasn't sharp in that game. Just some of the decision making, some of the shot selection early. I think part of it, Chloe Kitts got into early foul trouble, and she's sort of been the go-to person for the Gamecocks the last week of the regular season and through the SEC tournament. She's really been the one. I mean, there's been a lot of people, but she's kind of been, the top banana, if you will, for this bunch. And you saw that when she came out in the third quarter, or when she got back into the game in the third quarter after sitting much of the first half with foul trouble, boom, the offense started clicking. So it just feels like right now a lot is flowing through Chloe Kitts being on the floor and her finishing, hitting mid-range and things like that. But it was just one of those things where South Carolina just didn't have its best stuff for a lot of that game. Still enough to win, and that's all you want in March is to win. Hopefully they've got the good stuff, here in Birmingham, because you get to this point, especially, where we're at now with women's basketball. If you have an off day shooting, or if you're just not clicking a little bit like they weren't in that first half, especially in that first quarter against Indiana, you can get beat. Even if you're one seed, you can lose in the Sweet 16, because when you get to this point, everyone else has got some horses and they're good enough to beat you if you take a couple of quarters off.
Yeah, of course she still finished with a double-double.
Yeah,
which is which is just such a hat tip to how she has evolved as a basketball player. To your point, she's kind of the centerpiece right now of what's going on. How about let's talk about Malaysia. I think she only played maybe 9 or 10 minutes in the game the other day. Well, what would you see out of her?
I think it was other combinations were working.
Mm-hmm.
Malaysia always does something exciting. And there are days where she certainly carries the team, and there are some days where maybe it's just not there for. Maybe the shot selection isn't great. Sometimes I think what gets her into trouble is sometimes if she jacks up a three a little bit early in the shot clock, when she's going to have more success going to the rim or working the ball around a little bit. But I think the bigger part of it was other kids were just really playing well. And sometimes you just go with the hot hands. And I think she handled it really well. Just when you saw her body language on the bench, she still seemed very engaged in the game. I think it was just one of those games where maybe a couple of things weren't working for her initially, but they were working for some of the other players, coming off the bench, and you just went with the hot hand. And it was just as simple as that, because, South Carolina commonly this year is going to play 10 or 11. And if you're not one of the hot hands that day, hey, we're going to go with the other one, because I think it was just the flow of the game where other folks were playing well on both ends of the floor, and you didn't want to mess with a good thing on that particular day.
Yeah, well, you don't have a choice with Dawn. You can't pout on the bench. That's
right.
That's not how this works.
Yeah,
in South Carolina, and you don't see that ever. Actually, to your point,
it means she's probably going to. I won't say bounce back, but it means she's probably going to be due for a big game. Tomorrow, because that's just how it works when you're playing 8, 9, 10 folks. That the baton kind of gets tossed in terms of who's going to lead the team from game to game. So maybe tomorrow will be her turn.
Brad Muller, the voice of the Gamecocks, joining us. It is 10:23, 9:23 his time, 10:23 our time. As far as specifically in this ball game tomorrow, Brad, early on in the game, we know that South Carolina can score. We know that. Now, there are days when maybe they don't score like other days, of course, but we know that they can. And you mentioned Maryland just a little while ago, and the fact that they certainly can. What are some early indicators in this ball game of maybe how things might go? It's not always what's going to determine the outcome, certainly, but what type of game we could be looking at besides the officiating. I know you mentioned the officiating.
Yeah,
besides
I think that's a big part of it. Of what's a foul and what's not a foul will be big early, and how you react to that. It's kind of like adjusting to a strike zone. You're gonna have to adjust to that in the first inning and figure it out. But other than that, for me, it's always the old school thing, and it's a lot of how Coach Staley designs her offenses is can we get the bigs involved early? Because if you can do that, it just sets up everything else. If you can get Fagan and Kitts and Joyce Edwards coming off the bench, if you can get them involved early offensively and grabbing some defensive boards, limiting shots, it just sets everything else up, because you get the quick defensive rebound. Okay, now you can get your transition offense going where South Carolina does excel, even when they go to their bench. And then the other part of it, if the inside game's working early on and you're able to make good entry passes to Fagan and Kitts or Joyce coming off the bench, that opens things up for your guards. And, you've got good shooters. And just like we were talking about with Maryland, you give people like, Tessa Johnson and Tahina Pau, some practice shots, where they're not well contested, they're going to knock them down. So I think it always starts with inside, and if you're able to get something inside with Fagan and Kitts early, and maybe get a little transition offense going early as well.
I was looking at some of the stats this morning with Maryland. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Do they average 13 offensive rebounds a game?
I think that's right, because they're a good rebounding team. They're numbers wise in terms of rebound differential. They're I think almost identical to South Carolina. They were second in the Big Ten in rebound margin, which is where you want to be. So they, even though they're not huge, most of their taller players on the floor are only 6'2", which is not very big. They rebound. Their guards rebound, and with a game like this where neither team is excessive in size in the post, that it's going to be those hustle stats of kids who are crashing the boards and boxing out. It's going to be the want to, who it sounds so cliche, but who wants to get the rebounds, because both these teams are about equal statistically. And the height matchups are pretty good.
Yeah, that's what was when I saw that, because I think they average around 40 boards a game total. So if you do the math on that, they get about half of the defensive rebounds on the offensive side, 13-27. I guess my math. I know you're not the best math guy, but I think I don't
do math.
I think
I'm trouble with the time difference.
Yeah, that's right. I think I'm in the ballpark there.
Yeah.
But if there's anything that I think that the fans could ever look to with South Carolina from time to time and question, especially maybe earlier in games. I wouldn't say later in games. Are they getting beat on the boards based on that want to? And I'm not calling them lazy or anything. That's not what I'm saying. It's not an extreme comment. I don't mean it that way. But sometimes it's like, we kind of need to turn it up a little bit here and make sure that we're getting on it. And so I wanted to make sure I threw that out there to you, because I'm sure that's something that Dawn's going to be zeroed in on in that first and second quarter.
Yeah, and that's just fundamental stuff, boxing out and crashing, and you can see it. When there's guards from our team or other teams who are active, after a shot goes up of crashing the boards, and not, sometimes you just get caught staring at it, and it's easy to see, from where our perspective of who's looking for a rebound and who's just watching the ball go up. And so hopefully, gosh, it sounds like something from Hoosiers, don't get caught watching the paint dry, get up there, you got to get there and get after it, especially from your perimeter players. So that'll be something to watch early, because again, the height matchups are pretty even.
Yeah, and the other thing too, and Maryland's one of these teams. I mean, they're used to the moment, but this is just another game for South Carolina. I mean, it's the Sweet 16. It's a big deal to all of us. I know it's a big deal to them, that the fact that they're there, but they're so used to it. I always am interested in seeing the teams that aren't used to it, and I remember. Brad, in 2017, I remember I talked to Frank after they had made the Final Four run, and it was just a side conversation basically, and I was like, "What during all this, during this last couple of weeks, what was the biggest challenge?" And he's like, "Well, honestly, we had a bunch of older guys here, so that made things easier, but it was the newness of everything. I mean, these guys were getting pulled in every which direction, and they're doing video here, and then they're doing photos here, and they're having to talk to people from 40 states away that they've never met before. And it's just a lot coming at them. And meanwhile, I'm trying to keep them focused on basketball. Of course, you did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah.
But this team, they step into this, they're used to all this. This is like being at home, essentially. I mean, they're always being banged on, right? For more. We need this, and we need this, and we need this, and we need this from you. So this is just another day to these young ladies.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it, especially when you look at the seniors and the juniors. They've been to the Final Four every year of their career. They've been a part of 2 national championships. They've been part of an undefeated season. They also, were a part of the team that went to a Final Four where their only loss of the season was in the Final Four. So this is where they expect to be. At the end of the year is, I don't think there's nerves when you get to a matchup in the Sweet 16. This is just another step to ultimately where they want to be. It doesn't mean they can't be beat, but yeah, I think the distractions are a little bit less, because this is just part of their every year. This is what they do.
Well, and I think that also is an opportunity to extend a compliment to Joyce Edwards. I mean, because when she's a freshman, and sometimes the lights come on when you're a freshman on this big stage. Of course, she has all the support around her in the world, but I don't even know how much of that she really needs sometimes. I mean, she is just as cool as a cucumber always.
Yeah, she's a lot of fun to watch. And one of the things that that I've been impressed with her since she got here is she's so smart. at the beginning of the year in November, you could tell the game was moving kind of fast for her, and then it was fun to watch things slow down. And she really turned it up a notch during SEC play. And I'm looking for big things out of her. I'm hoping she has a good game tomorrow, because I'll be honest with you, against Indiana, she didn't have one of her better games where she was doing some things that I hadn't seen her do in a while. Turn the ball over a little bit, shuffling the feet a little. She was just a little bit out of it. So I'm hoping she's back to where she's been, because she's been playing at a pretty high level for a freshman most of the year, especially in SEC play. And that's something for a kid, first year out of high school, coming off the bench, and oh, by the way, you're the team's leading scorer. And she's only going to get better. And from where she was in November to where she is now is pretty remarkable. And it's just reps, getting out there and playing. And she's been huge for South Carolina all year. And I'm hoping she has a good game tomorrow. Kind of, I guess she was due for a game that was below her usual efforts. She didn't have her best game against Indiana, but I hopefully she'll bounce back and play a little bit better tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, I get it. You expect her to play great every time she steps on the floor now. She's kind of a phenom, but it's going to happen, just like it's going to happen to every single other player on this team and every other team out there.
Yep.
There's just going to be a day where it's just not all going to be there. Raven Johnson is a young lady who from time to time, of course, can have some struggles offensively. Of course, she's also very capable offensively, but you can't question her on defense. And or at least I don't. Maybe somebody does, but Brad, I don't. I love watching her play out there. Give us a little bit more on Raven Johnson and what she means to this team.
Obviously being a starting point guard for all these years, and the things she's learned, and you make a good point on defense. She's named to the SEC All Defensive Team this year, and her defense helps create offense. When she pokes balls away, creates opportunities, creates the transition offense. That's how she likes to play. She likes to go. She likes to go fast. I think if it was up to her, she'd try to run a fast break, every possession down the floor, because she can. I think that's when she's at her best. That's when she sees the floor really well, is when she's moving. Offensively, she can do some good things driving to the basket. Sometimes I think she settles a little bit, on the perimeter when she hasn't been a great 3-point shooter this year compared to last year, but she has come up clutch. But her defense is huge, because Coach Daly is always going to talk about cutting the head off the snake, and that's the opposing team's point guard, and that's what Raven is charged with doing. Sometimes the key to a defense, the key to slowing down, let's say a good post player, is defending the point guard well. If you're harassing the point guard where she's uncomfortable and can't make clean and accurate post entry passes to the big, well, that makes everybody else's job easier on defense. And Raven is a big part of that, of harassing the other point guard and just making them uncomfortable. When she's got things going, it's a lot of fun to watch, because she's got, kind of like Malaysia football, she's got that other gear sometimes that not everybody has.
They've all got a gear that I don't have. I can tell you that now. I mean, man, some of them and TV never does it justice. You got to go actually see them,
right?
And then you're looking around going, "What? This is night and day." Well, I'm pulling for Raven Johnson. I like her. She's an outstanding human, great teammate. I think she's got a big weekend ahead of her. I think she's going to be very important in all this. Is there a Duke or North Carolina? If Carolina, if the real Carolina, if they get through this ball game tomorrow, is there a preference or a better matchup between one of those two in the Elite Eight?
I think Duke is the better team overall. I think Duke has a little more depth. Obviously, if South Carolina wins, you're hoping that Duke and North Carolina go to triple overtime or whatever and just wear themselves out a little bit or something like that. That's always the dream. But I think Duke is the better team on paper. So, if you're South Carolina and you win, you'd like to have the team that maybe hasn't been as consistently good. I don't think North Carolina is as deep. Some of their individual players are fantastic. Alyssa Usby, who's been there, feels like forever, is a wing player that just does everything for them. I mean, she's a nightmare matchup because of what she can do. They've got some 3-point shooters, but I think North Carolina just has a little less depth than Duke. So certainly with South Carolina's depth, I think that would create a better matchup Obviously, we saw Duke this year, beat them at Colonial Life Arena. We've seen Duke actually 2 years in a row. We did see North Carolina last year at their place as part of the SEC ACC Challenge. So we are familiar with most of their personnel. So, there's not a distinct advantage. They know ours as well. Not a distinct advantage either way. But I think Duke is the better team. So if you're looking, for an upset, then maybe if you're a South Carolina fan, you want North Carolina to win because of, South Carolina has a little more depth, I believe.
We'll see. They split the season series, the Blue Devils and the Tar Heels, and they're playing for the third time this year. What an opportunity in the Sweet 16. That's going to be really special. Craig asked you, but Craig spelled it wrong. He said, how many fans are there from South Carolina? He meant fams, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We know what he meant, Brad. I know we kind of hit on this at the top of the segment here, but I would imagine there's a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah, I'm going to head out a little bit and walk around, but I imagine they'll be arriving today and tonight. But I fully anticipate that the arena is going to be mostly garnet and black because from Columbia, it's about a 5-hour drive or so. Yeah. So this is an easy one for our fans to get to. So I imagine it's going to be very loud, and maybe tonight walking around when I'm just strolling, around some of the establishments today that later today, that there'll be a lot of garnet and black, people waving. So I'm looking forward to heading out and seeing a lot of familiar faces.
You hear that, Mad Dog? Strolling around establishments. He's going to be Carolina's version of Harry Doyle tomorrow, on courtside for the ball game at 4:30 airtime.
Hello, if I turn the radio on and it sounds like that, I'll just love every minute of it.
After the game.
What they do that as session tickets, Brad, at this level at the Sweet 16? Do you get like morning session, afternoon session? Is that how it is, or is it game to game?
2 games a day. So
yeah. Oh, it's 2. I thought they were doing.
I think you buy the day, don't you?
Yeah, I think you buy the day. That's the way it was in first and second round. At our places, if you had a ticket for the first game, you had a ticket for the second game.
That's cool. I like that about the tournament vibe, because then you get other people start cheering for you or against you, depending on what they feel. So that's always fun.
Oh, the hell with it. Nobody's listening anyway.
That's right.
I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, right. Yeah. Unfortunately, in your sport, Brad, at this school, that's not true.
Everybody's listening. Before I let you run to pivot, because we didn't do it last week, we ran out of time, and I have made it a point to not do that today with what's going on with Ashley and the softball program. I know you wish you could be 2 places at one time right now, because they're going to be in Baton Rouge for a top 10 matchup, essentially is what it is. Top 5 when it comes to the RPI. But they shut out the Tigers the other night. Rhodey's healthy. She hits a ball out of the yard. Wow, man, she is something. Goodness gracious.
I tell you what, if folks haven't been out there yet, even if you're not a huge softball fan, going out and check them out, because obviously I've worked softball for a long time and I enjoy the game, but these kids, these young ladies on the softball team that coach has brought in, and the ones that were returning, they're fantastic. They're terrific kids, and they're obviously really good softball players. And it's a terrific story with everything they've been doing so far this year. You got a lot of kids that transferred from mid-majors that are showing they can play, at this level. And every week they're playing nationally ranked teams in the SEC, and they're competing, and they've just got, I'll pull out all the cliches, this bulldog mentality with how they play. Sam Gress is a pitcher who they brought in from Charlotte that was struggling a little bit at the start of the season. And now she goes in and she just gets outs, whether she's starting or coming out of the bullpen, she just gets outs. And it's been fun to watch. Rhodey, who was an All-American last year at Charlotte, she's picking up where she left off. Tough kid, former high school hockey player. She's just hitting bombs. She's in the top 5 in the SEC in home runs, and tough kid. Lexi Winters, the catcher, transfer from Charlotte, who's fantastic defensively, has been a clutch hitter for them. It's a really fun and interesting group. And it's neat to see people kind of jumping on the bandwagon. They had a packed house the other day for the game against Clemson, and how it is, the more you win, the more people are going to come check you out. So I encourage people, the next home series to get on out there. It's a really neat group, and they're doing some good things. It's going to be a grind every weekend in the SEC, playing nationally ranked teams every week. But I would say Coach Ashley Chastain Woodard is ahead of schedule with what she's doing.
Oh, what? Yeah, way ahead of schedule. I mean, she is a great coach, number
Yep.
one, and she's an even better person. That should tell you all you need to know. But when you watch them play, there's one word that comes to mind every time I watch them: fun. They're just fun.
Yeah.
They're fun to watch.
They're a tremendous group of young ladies, and I've had the chance to do a lot of one-on-ones with them. Some of the players, just for stories I do for the athletics department website, and they've all got some really neat, interesting stories. And what I love, kind of a common theme, is hometown heroes.
Yeah,
because there was a lot of kids on this team that grew up as South Carolina fans and maybe weren't recruited here. Their recruiting didn't work out, so they started somewhere else. And then when Coach Ash got hired here, there was a relationship because a lot of them went to camps that she was working at or whatever, and they all wanted to come here. And she brought them all, from different schools or even where she was at Charlotte, and they're back where they wanted to be. There was a bunch of kids that went to camps here as little kids. This is where they always wanted to play, and now they are, and they're making the most of it. And it's just really neat to see, how bought in they are. They've always wanted to be Gamecocks, and now they're doing great things.
They are. There's no doubt about that. And we can't wait to watch them tomorrow night. I mentioned to Phil, I don't know how I'm going to pull this thing off, but you got basketball, baseball, softball, and I got to keep our eyes on, Tennessee, Kentucky tomorrow night on the men's side.
No.
They all deserve a screen, Brad. You can't do split screen with some of this stuff, especially a couple of the things have to be streamed. So I got to figure this is a debacle. I got to figure all this out before tomorrow. Certain times we wish we could trade seats with certain people, and this is one of them. I wish I could be in yours this weekend. Hopefully calling another march to the Final Four for Dawn Staley and her women's basketball program. It should be a tremendous time in Birmingham. Go get them. It's a 4:30 airtime tomorrow, correct?
Correct. Yeah, 4:30, and we'll be on 107.5 The Game in Columbia, or just use the Gamecocks app, and we'll be on there 4:30 Eastern time, and tip off at 5.
Can't wait. Brad, thank you for all of your time. We really appreciate it. Enjoy the establishments.
Absolutely. You guys have a great weekend, and hopefully we're talking again soon about a Final Four
next week. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're gonna be dressed in Final Four gear around here. Get it at GamecockTraditions.com. Good plug for them right there. Thanks, Brad.
Thanks, guys. Have a good week.
There you go. Brad Muller, one of the great ones as far as what he does, but that's one of the things that we should be proud of in this state. The University of South Carolina has some really good people, and he's one who's been through thick and thin at Carolina with what he has done over the years. So always glad to have Brad, and I can't wait to watch them play tomorrow. It is 10:43. We need to step aside for a timeout. We got Hale coming up in the second hour. We'll get a recruiting update from him. He's at practice right now. He'll be headed out here in just a little bit. We'll get some updates from what he saw on the gridiron this morning for Carolina football. We'll talk some baseball and certainly talk some hoops. We'll have some fun. It's a beautiful day, and we hope you get outside and enjoy it. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, brought to you by our buddy Tony Pope State Farm, TonyPope.com. It's a great time in the spring always to shop your insurance. So do it with Tony in South Carolina and in Georgia. TonyPope.com, one of the best Gamecock supporters you'll find. TonyPope.com. We'll be right back.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
What's up, Gamecock fans? This is Ethan Petrie from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Go Cox.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Just smile. Just taking some clean, fresh air for get inside. If the weather's fine and you got the time, it's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. Either way, it's a beautiful morning. Each bird keeps singing his own.
It is definitely that. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. I want to say this too. Our, we will continue to be thinking about those and praying for those that are going through the fires up near you. It's sad to see, man. I love it up there, obviously, and I think Polk County, North Carolina, and Henderson County, North Carolina, and obviously the upstate dealing. Some of them aren't even. I don't even know if they're above 0% containment yet. I don't think they are they? Do you have an update on that?
There's 2 here in the upstate. I think one of them is fairly well contained at this point. And the other one, I have not looked at an update. But early yesterday, you're right. Like, I think the larger of the 2 fires, at least here in South Carolina, was at 0% contained. Now, fortunately, we did have a little bit of rain yesterday to kind of dampen things down just in the morning, but yeah, I mean, it was wild. Like as the show was going on yesterday, I could just see like the color of the light coming in the window change. And then by the time I was done with all the, post show stuff and walked outside, it was smoky. Like the sun was, you can almost look at the sun directly because it was that much smoke in the air. It's been crazy. But yeah, apparently North Carolina is getting it pretty hard too. I mean, just and it's been dry, and Hurricane Helene did not help knocking all the trees down.
No.
So yeah, they're
all just
already
laying there dead now.
dry. 6 months dry. Yeah, it's rough. So hopefully nobody's not a lot of loss of property right here right now. That from what we're hearing, and just say everybody be safe out there because it's yeah, and try to avoid some of the mountain routes and stuff this weekend. It's bright. We all want to get out and head up 276 towards Caesar's Head and Table Rock and all of that. Y'all don't go up there. Not this weekend. Give them a little more time. Yeah. And fortunately, we got big rain coming in Sunday and Monday. So hopefully it'll be a lot more rain than it will be wind and other stuff, but that will definitely help.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's closed off too.
Yeah,
so
there's you can't get past certain parts, and then there's always ways around other than the main roads, but don't even try to weasel your way back in there unless you absolutely have to and live in that area. Just try to avoid it.
Well, we will we'll obviously have been monitoring that. So sad, so sorry to see it all. I've been thinking about my friend Valerie, her and her kids. They live up in who I grew up with. Valerie and I went to preschool, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school together. And they lost their house in the hurricane, and now everything around them was burning. So she's single mom with 3 kids.
That sucks.
So, we'll doing whatever we can to help our friend up there, but it's been tough. So we're thinking about all of you and your families. I see the Queen over here. Said that their house burned down in the last fire, which is just, sorry to hear that, man. I am so sad to hear it. I guess on the better note, there are 5 Gamecocks who are in the big leagues or on big league rosters to open the season. Unfortunately, a couple of them won't be playing for a while. Jordan Montgomery is going to have to get Tommy John, so he opens the year on the 60-day, and then but he'll miss the whole year. But he opens the day on the 60 days so he can get paid. So that's, I guess, good. But he's got to go under the knife. Old Jordan Montgomery. He's with the Diamondbacks now. Clark Schmidt is going to open the year on the 15-day injured list. He's got some tendonitis going on in his arm. I think, if I remember correctly, I think it's in his rotators. But they're hoping to get him back pretty soon. Last year he was really, really good. Almost 100 strikeouts, and I can't remember how many starts, maybe 15 or 16 once he got put in the rotation. His ERA was under 3, and so hopefully he gets healthy and is able to go. But these guys will be playing. Jonah Bride is expected to be in the lineup today for the Miami Marlins. If you're going to be watching opening day, 4:10, the Pirates and the Marlins will play at Lone Depot Park. Yay. Down in Miami, Florida. And if he is in the lineup today, as he's expected to be, he will see none other than Paul Skeens, who will toe the rubber for Pittsburgh. Speaking of Pittsburgh, the final spot in the 5-man rotation went to former South Carolina righty Carmen Majinski. He was the first-round draft pick of Pittsburgh in the 2020 draft, and he beat out the other guy. So he'll be in the rotation to start the year for the Pirates. Congratulations to Carmen Majinski. And then there's one other one. Anybody guess who it is? Power hitting first baseman for the Houston Astros. Christian Walker. Christian Walker will be on the field today at 4:10 in Houston as they take on the Mets. He is the new first baseman for the Astros this year. So that is That is what it looks like in the big leagues right now for the Gamecocks. You didn't hear Witt's name. We'll see what happens with him in the future. And, of course, there's some other guys we'll be keeping eyes on over the next couple of months and see if they get a call at some point in time to the big leagues. But the Braves play at 4:10 today out at Petco in San Diego. Chris Sale will be on the mound, and Atlanta looks to win their first of 162 games. They're going to attempt to be the first team in Major League Baseball history to go 162-0 this season. And it all starts today out in San Diego against the Padres, Phil. So I know there's a lot of Braves fans who are like SEC baseball fans, and you lose a game and everything's over.
Oh, yeah. Listen, yeah. That, I don't know. 162 games is a lot different than the, 40?
It's a lot different.
50 games. Yeah. It's a haul. It's a haul.
But
how do the Braves fans get lucky enough for a West Coast start for 4:10 when I can't even watch Chicago tonight because it's after my bedtime?
Yeah.
At 10:10 first pitch. My goodness. I get it.
Where are they? They're in Arizona, right?
Arizona, yeah. They open against the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, Phil. You just
it happens. It is what it is. But
yeah, I once again, I'm just beyond. I get it. ESPN's losing their Major League Baseball contract anyways. This is the last year, so they probably don't even care.
No.
They'll throw on a bunch of shows where everybody's arguing back and forth about LeBron James's legacy versus God knows who. That's why I don't watch ESPN anymore unless there's a game on.
I saw a headline, LeBron comes in clutch. I was like, what? And he tapped in a game-winning basket. I'm like
dude, I'm not even smart enough to even figure out how they manufacture some of the crap that they throw in some of these daytime shows.
The daytime ones, it's like,
it's crazy.
It's nuts. Like, let's just yell at each other for an hour.
What are you even talking about? Why? Who are you? I don't even know who you are. How are you an expert on, Pat Mahomes' legacy versus Tom Brady? Who the hell are you? I don't know who that is. So,
the ESPN podcast product is awfully stale these days too, because it's basically just running through football depth charts early, and it's
that's right.
Come on, man! Yeah. Like, oh my gosh,
we don't even know who's on what teams.
Yeah, I don't know how many episodes you could run that are all the same. That said, here's the needs for these teams.
Right. Well, good news. If you want to turn on ESPN today, you get all of 2 baseball games. New York and Milwaukee at 3, LA and Detroit tonight at 7. But for you Braves fans who've been like me for the last few years, screwed out of being able to watch Atlanta play, because I had DirecTV and now we have YouTube TV. Screwed no more. You can download the FanDuel app on your television or through Amazon Prime. And I know it's like $20 a month, but that means you don't go to Wendy's one day. Big deal. I'd rather give up one fast food, night a month to be able to watch the Braves virtually every day. And so we're paying for that. $20 a month with FanDuel to be able to watch the Atlanta Braves. I'd rather do that than not be able to watch them. It's $20 and we'll be okay. Yeah. So if you are a Braves fan and you're scatterbrained again about that, have no fear. FanDuel is here. Make sure you download that app onto your smart television. If you've got one of those old ones with the little dial, you're going to be out of luck with that.
All right. So, and not coming over the airwaves. It's not 20 years ago.
That's right. And if you're not out of luck, show me the way. All right, it is time for our final timeout of hour number 1. I mentioned Gamecock Traditions. You can get the Ribo hats at Gamecock Traditions. You can have them all sent to your house. If there's a Carolina logo on it, it's there. GamecockTraditions.com. The new Yeti cup. Whoa. Hey, what's going on here? There you go. Like that. Gamecock. Have those sent to your house. This is a water cup today, but it's for bourbon tomorrow. GamecockTraditions.com. Hale McGranahan coming up at 11:20. We'll get into some hoops and baseball when we return.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property.
it can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Touchdown Brewer. Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
The season rolls on at Love Chevrolet, where the inventory is overflowing and the deals are in full bloom. Rev up your spring with Love's exclusive specials on Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, the entire lineup of award-winning Chevys on the lot now and ready to go. Spring-tacular savings at Love Chevrolet. We're talking the best selection of new Chevys, the lowest price, guaranteed. In fact, they'll beat any competitor's price or give you $1,000. The other dealers upsell, overcharge, and will say most anything to get the sale. At Love Chevrolet, satisfied customers do all the talking. And they say things like helpful, honest, and fun. Your trusted hometown Chevy dealer since 1961. Love Chevrolet. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt. These are my fields where I harvest
Yeah, it is. It's 11:05, and it's the final hour of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. And today would be a good day to be on one of those. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. That is Mad Dog. I'm JB. We got Hale coming up at 11:20. Thanks to Brad Muller for joining us in hour number one. We'll get a recruiting update. There is a top-tier quarterback who is landing on campus today. And we'll also talk to Hale about what he saw at spring practice this morning, amongst other things. So looking forward to that. So if you need your football fix, don't go anywhere. It's coming up here in just a little bit. Tonight at 7:09, we'll get the first game of the Sweet 16 on the men's side in beautiful Newark, New Jersey. Who wouldn't want to be there? The Alabama fans are fitting right in. I can guarantee that. Well, at least there's a casino down the street, so they'll be all right.
That's true. That's okay. It's like Mobile, Newark.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Just picture Mobile. You'll be fine without all the accents. Alabama and BYU tonight at 7:09. The Tide are 5.5-point favorites in the ball game. 30 minutes after that, another place where Florida fans probably fit right in. San Francisco, California. Maryland and the Gators will tip off. Florida is a 6.5-point favorite tonight over the Terps at the Chase Center. Arizona and Duke in Newark tonight at 9:39 on CBS. The Blue Devils are just shy of 10-point favorites in the ball game, 9.5. And then the late tip on TBS/True TV, Arkansas and Texas Tech. This could be the best game. It could be. But again, a couple of fan bases that are probably looking around San Francisco going, what the hell is going on out here? The 10th-seeded Razorbacks looking to upset the 3rd-seeded Red Raiders. Texas Tech is a 5.5-point favorite in that game. Who do you have winning these games, by the way, just out of curiosity?
Let's see. Well, I had Arkansas losing last week, but I like Arkansas right now. I think and they're coming healthy again. Like we just got the addition of his name escapes me now. But
Boogie Plan.
Yeah. Boogie, that's right. Yeah.
Someone's got to teach Boogie to run the baseline, though.
Well,
he's got a Boogie down there.
Boogie the baseline. And then I've got Florida over Kentucky.
Yeah.
And then
over Maryland.
Over Florida over Tennessee over Kentucky. That's tomorrow though.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah. Florida over Maryland. I did not pick Maryland. I thought Colorado State would. Isn't that I don't know. I lost track of my bracket after you said 99.5. I was like, well, I'm out. Yeah,
Yeah, but I didn't enter the brackets that all of our audience is in because I didn't want to embarrass everybody.
No, and we appreciate you for thinking about
I'm
us.
looking out for other people.
I mean, we did. I mean, it's bad enough that you kill us in the Fab Five every year. So thanks for not ruining our bracket challenge. Craig appreciates it because I think he's still sitting on top until tonight. We'll see.
Yeah. Is that who? Well, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about cut or?
Well, this one, I don't even know.
Are they?
I didn't do the cut. I didn't, full disclosure, I did not join the cut bet challenge. Just because the minute I put money on any of this is when I go over. So yeah, the $50, I was like, nah, it's not. Yeah, no. But I did. We are in the Ernie bracket, and I don't know who we got to get with them.
Well, we're leading that.
Yeah, and we are well ahead of that. Like, so long as everybody didn't just completely lose their mind and pick, underdogs the rest of the way, we'll probably be okay.
And then we win a party.
Yeah, apparently it's like a grown-up version of a pizza party. So I imagine we'll it'll probably look like wings and beer if I have anything to do with it.
These,
yeah, definitely. It would be a good place to do it.
Yeah.
And then let's see who else is it. Auburn and Michigan. That's tomorrow. Yeah, those are tomorrow.
Yeah.
Alabama. I'm taking Alabama over BYU. I thought Wisconsin would beat BYU. Apparently I was unaware of BYU's game this year because I don't pay very much attention to Big 12 basketball.
Fair enough.
And
that was a great game.
Yeah. And of course, I've got Duke winning it all, so I imagine they'll take care of Arizona. I just figured I picked Duke to win the national championship because it would be just the perfect scenario where the ACC is having an historically bad year, that Duke would be so good
they'd win it,
and that they'd win it all.
Yeah.
That and having the best player, is also in their favor, because Cooper Flagg, thanks for Mike to turning us on to that early, is a really good basketball player.
He's the best basketball player in the country.
Yeah.
He's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Well, those two things are not always the same, but this year they definitely are.
Yeah. I think have you seen the total on the Bama BYU game?
Listen, no, I have not.
Ooh, man.
I bet
175.5. So you're talking about almost, you're talking about 90 to 85.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
because Bama's a 5.5 point favorite.
Okay, yeah.
You're talking about 90 to 85 is what the odds makers are saying.
You know what? I'd take the under.
Yeah, those big ones.
Yeah, that's too rich for my blood, right? Just too high.
I don't know about all that, man.
Yeah, somebody's going to find a little defense.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know that there's a sure bet in any of these games tonight with where everything's sitting right now.
Man, I'm telling you, like it really is. You've looking at this, you've got about 10 legitimate teams left that could win it all. I think, like making the runs, and not just having to hope for miracle outcomes. But yeah, this is going to be some good basketball tonight. I'm looking forward to kind of keeping up with it loosely. It's obviously my wife's birthday today, so happy birthday, Dina. Love you. Happy birthday. So I won't be paying attention to basketball so much as we're having to cram in birthday dinner and dance night all in one. So I won't have my 4 screens. I'll just have my one. And yeah. Maybe I might, I'll probably steal my daughter's tablet.
There you go.
Pull up the YouTube quad box and see what I can do.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Arkansas Texas Tech, the 147.5, that is a little appealing. I would consider that.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're looking for an over, that might
over.
Yeah, that might be a good one there.
Yeah, that's a little appealing to me. I think there's going to be more points in that game tonight than people were anticipating.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I don't know. You say that, but if you go look at the tournament and you go look at the bracket, and I mean, teams are increasingly scoring more and more points. Like you're not seeing some of the old days. You saw maybe a couple here and there in the first round, but you're seeing points. So I would think that game probably lands somewhere in the 150s. So I would take the over on that. Yeah, if I were to.
I mean, Arkansas likes to shoot it, so that makes perfect sense. Texas Tech has been also scoring a lot of points.
Well, Arkansas better shoot it tonight, or they're going to get beat.
They're going to have to.
Yeah, this is where my money gets made because I've got Michigan. Tomorrow night is the night for me, the late night. I'll be up late watching those games just to see, okay, all this bragging I've been doing for the last few days. Are we
will it hold?
Will it hold? Because I got Michigan over Auburn and I got Purdue over Houston.
Oh, I forgot you had Michigan over Auburn. That's a sneaky good game too. I got Auburn winning that and then losing to Sparty in the next round, though. And of course, I am well documented for already having Houston out of the tournament.
I'm hoping that Michigan and Michigan State meet in the Elite Eight because I'm hoping for a domestic dispute. I've got a house that I'm about to sell here in my neighborhood, and the husband's a Michigan fan and the wife is a Michigan State fan.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, and they're both like crazy diehards. They're actually moving back to Michigan to be near their grandkids, and they're great people. But they're like, I was actually surprised at how invested Denise is in the Spartans. I mean, she knows everything. I mean, she knows everything. I mean, it's actually, she's like, yeah, God, got to go to man here. Got to get out of that zone. That they're better in man. And I'm like, wow, man, you lucked out,
right?
And And so I'm kind of hoping that they do meet in the Elite Eight, because they remind me of my aunt and uncle, how they just kind of go back and forth, and you can't take anything they say very serious, like, I'm going to bury you in the backyard, not if I bury you first, that type of stuff. So I'm kind of hoping, maybe this thing escalates and I can go over there and break up a fight. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to see that at all, but that would be neat for the state of Michigan to have them play in the Elite Eight. That'd be something.
Talk about a wonderful storyline. Which this tournament usually provides us with plenty of those, but that would be top tier.
That would be something. Old Tom Izzo. I still can't find odds for an all SEC Final Four.
I was looking for that in the background yesterday and also could not find. I'm sure, like Mike said, there's probably some, offshore book somewhere or small book that has it, but you can get obviously the individual odds for the makeup of that, but not for all four, which I hope doesn't happen, because that's not what I picked.
No,
but it is well within the realm of possibility with the 5, 6. Well, there's 7, aren't there? The SEC teams in the Sweet 16 left.
Yeah, there's 7, and there is a chance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so if Ole Miss beats Michigan State and Auburn beats Michigan, that's a guaranteed 1. And then if Arkansas and Florida win, that's guaranteed 2.
Yep.
Okay. And then, of course, you got either Kentucky or Tennessee has to get there from the other side, or from the Midwest bracket.
Mm-hmm.
And from the East, Alabama is still standing, so Alabama would have to get there. But I mean, I'll be honest. If they get I mean, you can't have a 1-2 because St. John's got beat,
right?
But if you get a 1-2, Tennessee, Houston, Bama, Duke, and Auburn, Michigan State, that's really incredible. If that's how it works out. And I think Auburn and Michigan State would be an outstanding game. I think Tennessee and Houston would probably be a little bit of a lower scoring game. I think Tennessee's defense would dictate that a little bit. I'm not saying they'd win the game, but I don't think Houston would go out and throw 90 points on the board either. But Duke and Alabama, that's final score might be 120 to 119 if they play in the Elite Eight. I mean, seriously, I'm not kidding. I mean, what I say earlier, 175.
Yeah, that one's got overwritten all over it if that happens.
Yeah. I mean, Alabama and BYU is 175.5, right? Or somewhere in there.
Yeah. I think that's what you said. 175.5.
Okay, so Duke and Alabama would, I would venture a guess. It probably wouldn't be too much higher than that, but it'd be
a little higher, probably
178 or 179.
Yeah, you'd be pushing 180 for sure. 180 would be crazy though. That's not going to attract any money.
I don't think it'll get. You can't go there unless it gets bet there. But I think you'd be at 177.5, maybe 178.5.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of buckets.
Yeah, so we'll see. All right. Of course, Carolina baseball's got Tennessee this weekend. The number 1 team in the land will get the rotation coming up here in just a little while, probably after I get off the air at least. So we'll be able to talk about that tomorrow with Coach Lake. Whoever is in that rotation is going to need to throw strikes. The last 4 games, it has gotten pretty bad. It's gotten worse, as a matter of fact, from a strike throwing standpoint. And did you know, in the North Carolina game, that the 12 arms who towed the rubber for the Gamecocks combined to throw, you won't believe this, 231 pitches in 9 innings. Sweet mother.
And only 60 strikes. No, that's not real. I don't know if that's the.
Well, I know how many strikes it is, and I'm going to tell you about that here in just a little bit. So we still got a little baseball to get to. We do need to step aside, though, for a break, because Hale McGranahan will join us in just a few minutes, and we'll talk some recruiting with him and get an update from spring practice this morning as the Gamecocks were out on the field in pads. I believe that was practice number 3 or 4. I'll have to look at my Steve Fink notes.
Yeah.
3 or 4, somewhere in there. It might be 4. I feel like 3 was on Tuesday.
3 was Tuesday because that's when they
4.
put the pad video out.
Yeah.
And I remember the pad video was practice 3. Yeah.
So I think it's practice 4.
So yeah, we run our Gamecock timeline by Justin King Productions. So there we go. Thanks, Justin.
Yeah. I need to print out my spring practice schedule that was sent to me 3 weeks ago that I always go back and look for in my email. So make life easier. Carolina's also got an elite quarterback on campus beginning today. What's the scoop on that? And we'll talk to Hale about that and some other stuff on the recruiting trail as well. So don't go anywhere. Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, it's built by our friends at the Barn Co. and always brought to you by our buddies over at Resto Pros. Resto Pros, there when you need them. Resto Pros, MidlandsSC.com. We'll be right back. Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. When we give 30 days to do anything, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
This is Lenore Sully from Gamecocks Football, and you listen to the show.
All right, it's 11:25 inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Welcome back and welcome in to the great Hale McGranahan with the Big Spur. I know you rushed home from practice, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you having me back on. And yeah, it's a lovely day for some Major League Baseball.
It is. I know. In the last year with a contract with ESPN, thankfully, since they don't ever care about airing ball games, Baseball will be better for it, but there are a couple of games on the 4-letter network today, and you can watch the Braves. If you can't watch the Braves, whatever service you have, you can watch them by downloading the FanDuel app and paying $20 a month. And that might sound ludicrous, but it's really not. $20 is going to Wendy's anymore. So there you go if you're a Braves fan. All right, we'll get to practice in a minute, Hale, but we won't bury the lead. We know that there's a star quarterback who's set to arrive on campus today. Tell us who and for how long.
Yeah, Brady Smigel, the 2026 prospect. He's a 4-star. I think 24/7. I think he's ranked like number 6 or 7 in the country at the position. So very, very highly regarded. He and his family, mom, dad. He's got a twin brother who's a receiver. I don't think South Carolina's really recruiting him, but they'll all be with him when they get in later today. I think later in the afternoon, early evening is when they should be in Columbia, and they'll stick around through Saturday and head back home. It's down to South Carolina, Washington, UCLA, and Michigan. Those are his final 4, and I think South Carolina's in a really good spot, even though this will be his first visit.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously, geography doesn't matter. He's willing to go about anywhere according to that map. I know he's from the West Coast. Hale, I think maybe a week or 2 weeks ago, so I don't know, somewhere in the last couple of weeks, I understand that there were some crystal balls that came in for the Huskies. What do you make out of that?
Yeah, I don't think it's a done deal. I know it's not a done deal. I do think that Washington is probably the biggest threat to South Carolina. That's something I've reported before on the Big Spur.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're very valid. They're not the quote unquote crystal balls. They're the on-3 version of those. They're forecasts, or I can't remember exactly what they call them, but yeah, from some folks who work for that network, see him going to Washington, and that very well could be where he ends up. But like I said, it's not a done deal. The one thing that I think that's going in their favor, or at least they have working for them at Washington, is Jed Fish, the former Arizona coach, who's now the coach of Washington. Brady's dad played at Arizona, so there's a relationship between the family and Fish dating back to when he was the head coach there. So yeah, that's something that's I guess a feather in their cap. But South Carolina's built some pretty good relationships here over these last few months with Shane Beamer and Mike Shula, and now they'll get a chance to have them on campus and see them for a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, as you said a while back when we were talking to you, I think we were talking about the trio of elite quarterbacks that Carolina was pretty much in the game with, and I remember you saying could land one of these guys, could not land might not land any of them. You really just don't know. You were very open and honest about that. But the one thing that we do know, and again, it's not a guarantee, but the one thing that we do know, especially about this staff, is when they can get a guy on campus, more times than not, it ends up kind of working out in their favor, Hale. So, if you were a little bit weary of who are they going to sign as a QB or whatever, the fact that he's here unofficially, and then if he's here unofficially, if it goes well, which I'm sure it will go well, is he still planning on coming back and taking an official visit?
Yeah, he wants to try to get that scheduled while they're here. So
okay,
we'll see how that shakes out.
Okay,
I'm not sure where all he's scheduled for sure to take official visits to.
Okay,
I think Washington's maybe scheduled. He's going to Michigan next month for their spring game. But I think that's really the only one that's and it's an unofficial. I think that's really the only set in stone visit besides this one coming up here to Carolina for him.
Okay. So to try to wrap our brains around a decision type timeline for him, if he does get an official scheduled for the Gamecocks, with the Gamecocks, do you anticipate that would happen during the season?
No, I think it would probably be in June.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, that's when a lot of these guys are taking their visits.
Okay. All right. So he could have a decision maybe even before he plays his final year of high school football.
Right.
Is he an early graduate?
I believe he is, yes.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on that one, though.
Now, is this another situation where the family's going to pack up and move to, or do you know what his shirt size is? Hale, we got to get all the goods here.
I don't know the answers to either of those two questions.
Do you know where he likes to shop? What's his favorite shoe store?
I don't know. Under Armour.
Well, that's all right. Well, then we're in.
I'm just kidding. I don't know those answers, but I do know his dad is his high school football coach at Newberry Park High School in the Los Angeles area.
Okay.
His dad played at that high school. I don't know if his mom's from that neck of the woods or not, but they're pretty ingrained within that community, I guess is the way to put it. So I don't know again if they're going to make the move or not. A lot of questions I don't have answers for.
Well, come on, man. What have you been doing all morning?
Watching special teams drills.
Well, I mean, there is just nothing better than that. I'll tell you what. No place I'd rather be. What do you like about his game?
Yeah, he's, the question I've been getting a lot over these last couple weeks and months is how does he compare to Landon Duckworth, who was once committed to South Carolina and they're still kind of in on. And, Duckworth is more of a dual threat, and Smigel not a guy that's going to get a lot of running plays called for him, like design quarterback runs, but he moves well within the pocket. He can make plays with his legs if he needs to. He can extend plays. He's a capable athlete, not, again, a dual threat guy, but certainly one who, if the labels of dual threat or pro style were still around, he would have the pro style label. So he's more of a passer than he is a runner. Mm-hmm. He's accurate. I think he's got a strong arm. I haven't seen him in person, so I'm just basing this off the same highlights that anybody else can go on and watch on Huddle. He's tough. He's played through some injuries over the course of his high school career. That I was going to kind of get into some of that stuff later today on the Big Spur. Some of those other intangible type of things that we may not know about. Just some stuff I've picked up and talking to his dad, just to have some more context on who this guy is as a player. And I think he checks a lot of the boxes that you want to check for your quarterback, and not just like the physical tools and skill set and all that. I mean, he's got the prototypical size that you want to see in a quarterback. So yeah, he's a good player, man, and obviously a top 10 guy at his position in the country for a reason. Very productive.
Guys who play for their fathers in high school generally end up being pretty good football players if their fathers are pretty good coaches. I understand his dad is. You mentioned Landon Duckworth. What's the late? Is there any news there?
I believe he's visiting Ole Miss today. He's got an official scheduled for South Carolina in June, so we'll see. I mean, it's kind of been Ole Miss, Florida State, South Carolina, Georgia a little bit, but I think Georgia's probably trying to figure out what's up with Jared Curtis right now, who's getting ready to make a commitment here soon, I think. So yeah, that's sort of the latest with him.
Curtis, is he leaning towards Georgia?
It's either Georgia or Oregon. I don't know.
Okay,
but, one of those two.
Yeah, you wonder how much of a ripple effect that could have. It's crazy how you get a couple of quarterbacks each class, Hale, that when they make a decision, there are numerous decisions that are affected after that. And sometimes that comes back to South Carolina too. In this case, maybe it could. I don't know. Yeah,
the dominoes. Curtis was committed to Georgia at one point, and obviously he was considering South Carolina for a little bit. Then, so if he goes to Oregon, what does that mean for Georgia? I'm sure they've got more guys in their crosshairs than just Landon Duckworth, I would guess. I don't know, but it's to your point. It's going to be interesting to see how that. Once that domino falls, how are things going to kind of spread from there?
And come to Georgia. have an opportunity to win an SEC championship, a national championship, get a degree, and get a record, a police record. Last week,
join a sorority and do that too at Georgia. Apparently,
boys can join a sorority in Athens.
Well, I don't know about that. I just never mind. You don't know this young lady I'm talking about who's she got pulled over for speeding.
Oh, I saw that.
Then as she was like leaving after the cop wrote her a ticket, she sped off and got pulled over again.
They took her to jail. You know, she got arrested again.
Yeah, I'm in a group text where she's been a topic of conversation.
Oh, she's taken the internet by storm
Yes.
because of her smiling mugshots. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So she interfered in I'm assuming, just being a veteran of 5 Points, I'm assuming that somebody was having some trouble downtown Athens, and she proceeded to let the police know that they needed to back off, to put it politely. And they told her, "Now, it's not really how this works. You're the one that's going to need to do that." And she chose to not do that. So they just hauled her back in about a week after she got out of the clink.
Sorry for that digression from the topic, everyone.
No, I think it's great. Like, I'm sure her parents are incredibly proud. You know, like, at least your mugshot's nice. I mean, she's gone viral. I don't know. All right, last week you were up in the Carver's Bay area. Did you stop by Scott's Barbecue?
We did, yes.
Oh, yeah. How what? Forget Zion Giles. Tell me what happened. What'd you get?
Just got a little bit of pork, some baked beans, and went from there. And it was very good. It was my first time. I know that barbecue sauce can be a topic of fierce debate and conversation amongst folks.
Can be.
I like them all personally, including the vinegar based, which is what Scott's does with theirs, and it's got a little kick to it. It's very good.
So, because you and Alex both went, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, who drew the short straw of having to drive back to Columbia after that?
I mean, I've been with the company longer than he has, so I don't like to play the card of, I've been around longer, so I've got seniority and I can make the decisions. I only do it for things that aren't related to work, and so he drove to and from.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a veteran move, if you ask me. After I eat a big plate of barbecue, I don't feel like driving 2 hours home. So whoever's with me they're going to be in that seat. Well, that's smart. But you did go there to cover the ceremony of Zion Giles, right? Don't we have that right?
Yep.
Okay. The big-time offensive lineman who did choose the University of South Carolina. Did you get a chance to talk with him?
I did, yes.
What was the reasoning
for picking South Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
He feels comfortable at the school. He's got good relationships with the coaches and staff. He's an in-state guy, so that helps too. The success the program's had for the majority of Shane Beamer's 4 seasons at South Carolina is certainly notable as well. So yeah, he's the type of guy that comes from a very close family. They're very tight knit. I mean, his dad, I didn't realize this until after the fact, after we were done with the ceremony, and I talked to his dad, and his name's Jonathan. And I just, for whatever reason, I decided to Google his dad's name. Oh, the reason I started to Google him is because his dad played at South Carolina State back in the 90s.
Okay.
I think he was with the Falcons maybe for a training camp, and was cut and moved on to the professional world. And his profession of choice was law enforcement. And now his dad is a magistrate judge down in that part of the state.
Ooh.
So that I say all that to say that just sort of speaks to the type of family he comes from. He's got an older sister who played volleyball in college, who's there too. They're a very supportive group around him, and those are the types of players that if Shane Beamer thinks are good enough to play at South Carolina, he's going to go recruit those types of guys. So sort of fits into that family type of dynamic that that you hear, not just Beamer, but a lot of college coaches talk about. So yeah, there's just a lot of interesting little tidbits there for you.
Yeah, that is very unique, and it's also good to know somebody if I ever get a ticket in that area. Luckily, that worked out for me when I got pulled over in beautiful Norway, South Carolina, about 20 years ago. So he's a second in-state commitment on the offensive line. Anthony Baxter, of course, was the first. And they've still got some guys out there at Hale. And Desmond Green from Timberland. I know that Shane was in town, I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago or somewhere around there watching.
January.
Do what?
It would have been in January, sorry.
January.
Yeah.
When he was down here, I think he came and watched him play basketball or something like that. And then, so anyways, my question is, how many offensive linemen are they going to take in this class?
I don't know the definite number, but I would imagine they're going to try to get at least a couple more.
Yeah.
And depending on who they are and who wants to come to them, they could probably go beyond and oversign, so to speak. Not that that's really a thing anymore, because you can sign as many as you want to now, as long as you don't sign more than 85. So yeah, you mentioned Desmond Green. There's Trey Aiken from Clinton. Darius Gray from up in Richmond, who's been a priority recruit since before he even started high school for South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
One of the top players in the country, regardless of position. Then a handful of other guys, J.B. Shabazz, who's from North Carolina, big tackle. Kamari Blair, another tackle, who's from, I think it's in Clarksville, Tennessee. And a handful of other guys on top of that. So I think it's going to be another big offensive line class. I mean, that's usually how it's going to go. I don't think, just off the top of my head, I could be wrong. Somebody wants to fact check me, please do. I don't think they've signed less than 3 from the high school level since Beamer's been here. Then obviously they've taken quite a few transfer guys over the years as well. So
right.
I say all that again to say it's going to be a big class, whether it's 4 or 5 or maybe even a little bit more, just depending on who they feel like they can get. So I think it'll be another sizable group.
Yeah, I think Shane mentioned whenever we talked to him, they like to have they want to have at least 17. 17, I think, was the number, if I remember correctly, on the roster. They seem to be signing 4 or 5 a year right now. And to be quite frank, I know that Lonnie Teasley is the one who establishes the relationship with the large majority of these guys. Hale, I don't know what the trick is, or his ticket, or whatever it is. I mean, I know he's a great guy and he's a very personable guy, but he's on a little bit of a heater right now. I mean, he's signing some guys that can play some football. I know there's a bunch of guys on this roster that have yet to be able to get out there and kind of prove their worth. They haven't gotten their turn yet, or they haven't earned their turn yet, one or the other. But overall, from a talent standpoint, if you look at the guys, I'm talking, not the transfer portal. I'm not talking about the portal guys. I'm talking about the high school guys. And maybe the last 3 years or so combined, they've gone out and signed and will be signing in this class. That's as good of a group as I can remember around here.
Yeah, they've done really well. And so how they structure the recruiting over there, and it's like this at pretty much every position, is they have a person who's dedicated to each position that's just solely a recruiter on the recruiting staff. And Sam Survey, who's over the offensive line for the recruiting staff, is the one who quote unquote establishes and really gets the groundwork going and is in a lot of contact even throughout the whole recruiting process. So he's had a big part in it as well. I mean, Greg Atkins is very involved.
Yeah,
coaching the position. And of course, like any position, Beamer's going to have some involvement too when it's a guy that they're really honing in on. Like for this 2026 class, he's heavily involved with a bunch of those guys, not just the offensive linemen. So it's a big group, and it's a total team effort. To sound really cliche and kind of corny, that's what it is. And for whatever reason, they've had a lot of success recruiting that position over the last few years. And I think the biggest reason why they have, not to take anything away from any of those guys and gals who work over in that recruiting department, is it's been a very talented run on. Like, there have been a lot of offensive line recruits in the state of South Carolina over these last 4 years or so, more so than it's really been probably ever, at least since I've been following this stuff since like 2009. So
I'd agree with that.
That's, while offensive line's doing really well in state, there are a ton of really talented players that have come through the Palmetto State. It's kind of dropped off in defensive line because there was a time when it felt like the defensive line was the position where the offensive line is now, from a volume of recruits and high level players.
Incredibly well said. I couldn't agree with that anymore. It is a higher volume on that side of the ball, but there is a good one on the other side of the ball too. Julian Walker out of Dutch Fork. We've talked about him a couple of times. Hale, what's the latest there as far as visits, timeline, all that stuff?
Yeah, he doesn't have a definite timeline. He's really taking his time. He's not in a big hurry, I don't think, to make a decision. Recruiting for him is sort of in its infancy, even though his dad is an assistant strength coach at Carolina, and Julian's grown up around the game, the college game, for his whole life. This thing's just getting going. I mean, before the end of his football season, Dutch Fork's state championship game, I mean, he hadn't posted about a single offer on Twitter, hadn't done anything with his highlights on Huddle, really just had zero profile online, let alone a 24/7 profile or an On3 or Rivals or whoever. He was almost like, just not almost, he was very unknown. I mean, I think I've shared it before when I've been on here with you guys, is I went into that state championship game, Dutch Fork versus Somerville, and I knew who Julian Walker was. I'd seen him around Carolina on the sidelines at games, out around the facility and stuff. And you see him and you're like, dang, that's an impressive looking guy. Come to find out he's a son of a strength coach. And it's like, all right, well, is any good? Well, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to go watch Dutch Fork play yet, and he doesn't have anything online. So, part of me was like, maybe he's just not very good. Like, in all honesty, maybe there's a reason why there's nothing about him online. Then, of course, come to find out, that's wasn't the case at all. He's a stud. And then in talking to him, he's just like, I don't really post that stuff. And at the time, he'd only had Carolina and Coastal as his offers. And here we are now. I think he's got more than 15. He's going to go to Michigan next month. He's trying to get out to Southern Cal. Earlier this month, he went to Missouri, Tennessee, North Carolina, NC State. They've all offered. Everybody's offered him, all those schools. And obviously he's got a few more. So, yeah, it could be a while before we get a resolution on that one. But I do think he'll probably try to get some official visits on the books, and we'll go from there.
So the latest news with Rodney Dunham is it's looking more likely he ends up in the gold of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, just based on what I've been reading.
Yeah.
How much more of a priority does that put on Julian Walker?
I mean, I think he was already a top priority for him. I mean, obviously 2 defensive ends played during a game, and I don't envision a scenario where South Carolina is going to try to not sign more than one. Like, I think they're going to be trying to sign 2 or more defensive ends for the foreseeable future, because we've seen around here, in some cases, going back to the previous coaching regime, it's not a good thing when you only sign like 1 defensive end, or in some cases like no defensive ends, because that kind of happened around here a little bit. So yeah, Julian Walker is going to be a priority for sure, regardless of what Rodney Dunham does. But I think Rodney Dunham will probably still be a priority for South Carolina, even if he does commit to Notre Dame. Because
so that's not over. You don't think that'll be over if he?
I mean, they'll try. I don't know if he's going to, reciprocate the interest, but I would certainly think that Carolina will continue along with plenty of others. I mean, he's a blue chip pass rusher, and people tend to really want those types of guys. And if you got one in Charlotte who's visited you more than any other school he's been to, you're probably going to keep picking up the phone and seeing if he's willing to answer and talk to you. So,
That's a good
I
point.
don't think it'll be over if he picks Notre Dame. Just like if he committed to South Carolina next week or whenever his date is, I can't remember off the top of my head. But if he commits to South Carolina, they're going to have to fight for him too, because again, like people like those guys.
Yeah. We all like 5-star defensive ends. There's no question about that, especially ones that are within an earshot of your campus. All right, Hale. Last few minutes here on practice. I think today was their second day with pads. Today's practice 4, right? So
yeah,
I think it was their second day in pads. Anything that stood out this morning?
Lenore Sellers appears to be the starting quarterback.
Well, that's somebody to Dabo that, tweet that, print that, tweet that. That's something.
Talk about it. Yeah. Now he
breaking all kinds of news around here.
Saw him taking snaps from Boaz Stanley, who again is a transfer offensive lineman from Troy. We've talked about him on the site, and I'm sure you guys have on here as well about him possibly being the next starting center for Carolina.
Yeah.
So yeah, they were doing quarterback center exchanges while special teams drills were going on. Another bit of breaking news that may or may not already be like pretty well known and not surprising to hear for anybody. I think Nick Barrett and Monkel Goodwine are at the top of the heap for defensive tackles. They are the only 2 returning scholarship defensive tackles on this team. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say I think they're starters right now. That appeared to be the case out there.
Yeah.
And beyond that, a lot of special teams and ball security. I will say this, in all seriousness though, we're watching some special teams. Like I said, then the next period they go into like a ball security, and for the skill guys and the defensive players are working on like pursuit angles and that type of thing. And I'm not sure who Faison put this spin move on, but good Lord, it was impressive. The little spin move he hit in this drill. I don't know if it would have been any different if there was actually tackling full contact, not just, the thudding up type of deal, but it looked cool. He looked pretty smooth hitting that B button out there on the practice field today.
Yeah, my understanding is this running back room is probably going to probably won't surprise a lot of people around here. Probably will, but if you've been paying attention to anything we talk about, it shouldn't. But others who maybe in other areas of the country that aren't as in tune to the running back room at South Carolina, especially now that Rocket Sanders is gone, people were paying attention to it last offseason because Rocket Sanders was in. Oh, Rocket Sanders at South Carolina. They should be pretty good. I'm not so sure they're going to get the same run this year, Hale, but the intel that I've got is this is a really, really good looking group. And so far they like all of them. I mean, I don't even know if there's a scenario where all of them aren't playing. As of now, it seems like that would probably be pretty likely.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're all relatively close in terms of just how good they are. I think their skill sets are pretty similar. Never mind, like you said, they all look the same. I mean, they're all like 5'10", 220, somewhere in there, give or take. Maybe a half inch or a few pounds. So very, very similar types of backs too, in terms of just how they're.
We're starting it's going to be a factory here. The running back factory at the University of South Carolina with all these guys going out there and
I don't know.
The rock. Hale, you just got ambushed by a Mad Dog and a Schubert.
My man.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this place a running back factory until there's another 1,000-yard rusher.
That's about to say.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they got
15 years.
They got 4 of them right now on the roster. 4,000-yard rushers right here.
Oh, they're all going to hit 1,000 yards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's because Lenore Sellers isn't going to be running the football anymore.
Because Mike Shula
is going to scheme that right out.
He's just going to scheme it out, right?
That'll grow legs in a hurry. You know better.
I was joking.
Totally, you know better. God. Somebody right now is tweeting. Here we go.
Hold on. Let me delete that.
Yeah, don't. Well, I wasn't talking about you.
Did you tweet that? Oh my god!
No, I would never.
I actually
on burner account.
We were. That's right. I need a burner account.
on,
That's what I need.
Everybody does. Everybody. I used to have one. I don't anymore. But there's a JC Sherbert parody account out there. A couple of them.
Is there? Yeah, I think there's a Hale one too.
Yeah, I think mine. The one you mentioned is probably run by the same person as one of those.
Yeah, I would imagine.
It's that same guy, same deranged Clemson fan. That I think he has about
like
16
5 X accounts, right? Yeah.
I thought it was Wes Mitchell. It's not Wes. I'm just kidding. I love Wes. I don't think Wes would scoop that low.
Kind of funny if that was the case.
Next time you see Wes, ask him, Hale, hey, you know anything about this?
I'll just text him. I'll say, I'm hearing you're running a burner account.
That's I might text it myself. Hey, man, you came up today on the show.
Yeah.
What's the deal with this burner account?
Yeah, that's right. But keep your name out of it.
What are you hearing from the wide receiving core? Have you heard anything that you'd like to add on that group?
Nothing really behind the scenes lately. But Mike Furry talked to the media. What was it 2 days ago? Earlier this week, and he lit up like a damn Christmas tree after a few questions about those freshmen. He was like,
"Yeah, he did.
Boy, howdy! I love these guys, and this smile on my face. If that doesn't tell you anything, then I don't know what will. Like, I'd like to play poker with him because he doesn't have a poker face.
No,
he does not.
It may have been the most positive all-season position coach press conference I've ever heard.
Yeah, he
was trying to do the coach speak thing and all that, but
he couldn't help himself. Yeah,
I mean, we just kept wearing him down. Just a war of attrition in there, and we got him.
Is there anybody that has maybe been standing out above the others, or you don't really?
Like I said, I haven't heard anything behind the scenes since practice got going, and we certainly don't get to see anything when we're out there. So I got nothing for you.
Well, thankfully, we're going to have a spring game around here, so we'll be able to get our eyes on some of these guys. It's
only if you're
we're not scared to have a spring game at South Carolina, unlike these other pansies across the country, Southern Cal and
Matt Rule. Oh yeah, Southern Cal. That program. That's a real tough, hard-nosed football machine out there.
Yeah,
they don't need the extra work at all.
Just a bunch of pansies
going surfing. So
yeah.
It's I've heard. I heard exactly what he said in the press conference. As far as behind the scenes, I didn't know that Lex Cyrus set the school record for vertical leap. That was a nice news nugget, right? I don't know that I expected that, but I knew Brian Rowe could jump.
Yeah,
but Lex, Lex crazy with Lex. I thought, I was like, wow, that's a little something extra there.
Yeah. So after the press conference, Furry said he thought Lex's vertical number was like 41. He wasn't totally sure like who had what number between Lex and Brian Rowe, but I had heard a week or so ago, before practice started, that Rowe had an incredible vertical number, but and I'd heard some good things about Lex, but it was not mentioned to me how high he jumped.
No, I wasn't prepared for that. I thought for a minute, because they both are kind of similarly built, that maybe he was mixing them up, but he wasn't.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like something he would do. So I was like, wow.
Yeah, I know you got to go. I didn't even see the time. Go ahead, man.
Oh,
thanks,
sorry,
buddy.
Hale. Take care, bud.
Thanks, bud. Good report. Yep, there you go, Hale McGranahan. I told him 11:50. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll tell you what he was thinking. I don't know what the hell he was thinking. Yeah. Sorry, Hale. Apologies. He doesn't even get a bathroom break. He's got to do another interview somewhere.
Oh,
nice.
Okay. Yeah, get the word out.
Yeah, get the word out. So what we got today, Phil, is do we have yesterday's previously scheduled Joe Macheca?
Yeah, Joe's going to join us from the road to Birmingham to talk a little bit, expand on the women's basketball conversation with Brad earlier. And
awesome.
Yeah, take a look at that as they head into the Sweet 16
tomorrow against Maryland. Well, the Terps.
That's right. Tomorrow, Friday night's going to be a big night. Once again, if you've been here the whole show, you've heard me say it twice. Prepare your Palm Casual back porches now, because you have March Madness, Kentucky and Tennessee tomorrow night. You got 5 o'clock tomorrow, Maryland and the Gamecocks in the Sweet 16. You got baseball against number 1 Tennessee, and you got softball on the road at number 3 LSU. There's not enough TVs to go around. We all know that. Even with the quad box stuff, you can't stream and pull in the network at the same time, so you got to have multiple TVs. So if you're going to be comfy on your Palm Casual couch on the back porch with a little fire pit, some bourbon, maybe a steak or two, you're going to probably want to haul an extra television set outside. Preferably one without the knobs.
So unfortunately, they're not consoles anymore. So
The knobs.
Yeah.
I remember, gosh, you just had the knob that you turned and went, it was like all manual.
I can't say that there aren't days because of we work in the media, and so our phones are always in our hand or attached to our hip. We always have at least one computer nearby. We always have televisions on. We're always, we're taking phone calls and text around the clock all the time, period, the end. Doesn't matter what day, doesn't matter if it's Christmas. Phone's still ringing. There are days where I do wish that I could go back to the phone with the cord that hung on the wall and the knob TV and just be too lazy to get up and turn the knob. You know what? The hell with it. What is this cooking show that's on? We'll just watch that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh, look at that. A Gunsmoke rerun.
Man,
Gunsmoke.
I'll be damned. That damn Betty White that age. You want to turn the channel? I don't feel like getting up. So this is what we're going to watch.
That's right.
The news goes off and like WKRP comes on, or reruns. You're like, yeah, Dr. Johnny Fever. All right.
I kind of miss those days, I think the world had more sanity. Like now, like Carolina baseball loses or whatever, and because you could stream it, so you actually could see it. So you're going crazy, and you're banging your head against the wall, and you're sharpening knives, and then you think twice. You put the knife back in the drawer. If you just couldn't watch it or listen to it, and you just had to read it in the paper the next morning, you just kind of go about your business. You got to start your work day. But now you got 3 hours at night to stew on it. So let's just go back to the days with no access.
Places to vent.
I do a lot better with losses over the radio than I do watching it.
Last 2 games, I've not turned on the broadcast, like the TV part of it.
Well, it hadn't made any difference.
No, that's true. It's not.
If you were doing that for good luck, you're going to have to change your strategy.
Let's tune back in.
I've done that. I don't think I've done that during a win at all.
Yeah.
Because I usually do it on Sundays because I'm just kind of relaxing on Sundays. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to kind of take a nap and turn on a baseball game because that's fun to me. That's how I used to do it, right?
Yeah, my dad does that with NASCAR, so yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Oh, NASCAR is wonderful to nap too. NASCAR and golf.
Oh, they could start a NASCAR race at 10 o'clock at night, and you get up at 6 the next morning for work, and they're still racing.
I've noticed that.
We got 41 laps to go after the 38th wreck of the evening. Oh, okay.
It'll still finish under caution.
You ever listen to NASCAR being called on the radio though?
Yeah, I've listened to it on Sirius.
There's not much going on, but they call it really, really fast.
Oh yeah,
like Eli Gold, who used to do Alabama football.
Eli's phenomenal,
NASCAR guy. So.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
I love listening to Eli Gold.
That's not easy to do, and Sean McDonough, I think, is the best broadcaster in sports because of how versatile he is. He can call college football and then go call the NHL, which calling hockey and not getting tongue-tied, half these guys they're Russian names, and you're trying to spit out 3 or 4 of them at a time because the puck's sliding across the ice in a half a millisecond to another stick, and he doesn't miss a beat. The guy just keeps going. It is just really incredible.
I turned a hockey game on in the bedroom the other night, and the TV in the bedroom is obviously not as big as the one in the living room. Well, maybe not obviously, but it's not. And I had to change the channel because I was like, I can't see the damn puck. I don't know what's going on.
Show us your face. We want to see your face.
I'm getting old. I can't watch hockey on a small TV anymore.
Well, here's some news for you. A couple of nuggets I'll leave you gentlemen with. This is never good. Tanner Bybee was scheduled to start today for the Cleveland Indians. Maybe they can rename the Guardians back to the Indians like they should. Ben Lively, though, is going to toe the rubber today for Cleveland instead. Why? Tanner Bybee woke up this morning on opening day, ready to head to the ballpark and get himself ready to go, and had food poisoning. That can't be a good sign for the rest of the season. So Tanner Bybee is scratched in Kansas City, wherever he ate last night. I would venture a guess the next time they're back in KC. They won't be going there. The other thing, I don't know if y'all saw this or not, but Jim Nantz is set to retire from calling the Masters. Did you see that, JC?
In
2036.
That's right. When the ACC deal is over.
So the question of the day.
Going out with the ACC.
He's going out
network.
with the ACC.
Yeah, what happens first? Either am I dead or is Jim Nantz still calling the Masters?
I did. I was crunching numbers after I saw that post yesterday. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on. How old does that make all of us?
Yeah. That'll be the 100th
60
Masters,
year.
by the way. The 100th Masters. Yeah. How old will I be? What year is this? 25.
Where are
So I'll be 50.
No, you won't. You'll be.
Yeah, I'm 39.
That's right. I didn't know I was that much older than you.
Yeah.
God. A youthful Jamie Bradford.
Yeah, I wish. These kids are aging me in a hurry. My daughter Riley the other day said, "Dad, why is your face white?" I was like, "Riley, go get your jammies on. You're going to bed.
Go to bed."
That's enough of you.
That's enough of you.
But I haven't eaten my dinner yet. I don't give a damn about that. Get your
2 out of 3 ain't bad, baby.
You learn to shut your mouth. All right. Thanks to Hale and Brad Muller for joining us today from Birmingham. Look forward to getting a healthy Raphael back tomorrow. We'll be able to chat about tonight's Sweet 16 and tomorrow's Sweet 16. Get in some odds there. And then we got Stu, who will tee us up for the weekend as the top-ranked Vols. They will invade tonight. They'll take some BP from Founders Park, and Carolina will try to take them down. It'll be a big turnaround. We'll see if they can do it.
Cool.
Gentlemen, have a wonderful and thirsty Thursday afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McSheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Muller on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. This is Phil Mad Dog Mullinax. He is JC Sherbert, and we are back. Thanks for giving us the afternoon off yesterday to handle some business, which is fine.
We settled all family business yesterday.
That's right, settling all family business.
Just kidding.
No.
Sometimes things pop up and you need a little break. So
yeah, no doubt.
That was good. I was just contemplating something.
Yeah.
The Gamecocks, if the starting offensive line breaks a certain way, because I thought about this because of Hale's conversation, could go left to right on the offensive line, just kind of doing nicknames. Oh. You could have Joe, Tree, Bo, Tro, and Kaysen.
Joe, Tree, Bo, Tro, Kaysen.
If Trovon Ball is it.
Yep.
So that's
yeah, I'd take that, man.
Joe, Tree, Bo, Tro,
Kaysen. I have to roll out for game one.
That's a lot of beef.
Well, I'm telling you what,
guard, man. And that's kind of what I want to talk about here quickly before we get. I guess we have Joe. Speaking of Joe, we got Joe Macheca on his way to Birmingham from thebigspur.com, also from the walkthrough. Joe's a happy man these days, covering the women's NCAA tournament along with Ryan Bethay from our website, and certainly does a great job. And certainly looking forward to chatting up with him or catching up with him here in the second hour. But you know, the personnel picture is starting to come into focus a little bit as far as who's working where. And one thing I noticed is Rodney Newsom is behind or competing with Bo Stanley at center, the aforementioned Boaz Stanley. I didn't know that they were for sure going to do that. I thought they may play him at one of the guard spots, which that other guard spot is really if you assume Bo Stanley is going to win the center job or Newsom, then I would be almost shocked if Tree is not a starter next year. So you really got one spot, and you got like Trovon Ball. You got I think Nick Sharp's working there at right guard. So that's the Torricelli Simpkins spot, Phil. So I think that's interesting that, you know, Carolina, yes, does lose three of their interior offensive linemen. ESPN said it was the weakness of the team. I don't know why. I don't know who. Again, another list season hot take of.
Yeah, here, let me look at returning starters and how many returning starts they have. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's the weakness.
It was a little weird though, because it was like the strength was the defensive front seven. And I'm like, they're going to have 6 new starters on the defensive front seven. With 6.
It just means that edge defenders are higher Q rating than tackles in football. It's sexier to be Dylan Stewart than it is to be Josiah Thompson.
I guess so. Yeah. I'm like, wow. But ESPN had another listicle today that came out, and they ranked the quarterbacks nationally, and they had some good. It was a good article because they had some anonymous quotes from some coaches. I was going to tell you, Cade Klubnik was number 1, right?
Oh, they must have talked to Brad.
Must have. I don't know. I think Cade's going to put up numbers next year. If that's what you Drew Alar from Penn State is 2, Garrett Nussmeier is 3, John Mateer is 4. I'm a little skeptical about him. I think he's good. Don't get me wrong. I think it's one thing to do it at Washington State, quite another to do it in the SEC. People are going to mention Cam Ward. Cam Ward's got he's a different kind of cat than this guy. Oklahoma will be much better on offense next year with him at the controls. It's a better situation, but I don't know about the 4th best quarterback in America. And then Lenoris is 5th. They said, here's the anonymous quote, Phil, from the SEC coaches. He's going to be really tough to handle. He can run and also throw it well. His mental and physical ability to throw the ball jumps out.
Yeah.
And then there's another one, SEC defensive coordinator who didn't face Sellers, but saw him on film. He's like, I can't tell you how polished he is as a passer, but just his sheer athleticism, the way he moved when he scrambled became a problem. I thought he gave some guys fits.
Oh, he gave
guys some fits.
Yeah.
Or he gave guys some fits.
Yeah.
So how about that? So Lenore Sellers ranked the number 5 quarterback in the country, according to ESPN. Nana's Porch chat box is always a nice place to go here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. The Queen of the Cock says happy opening day in baseball. That's right. The Braves' first pitch is at 4:05 this afternoon.
Oh, even though it's not on the Superstation, it's a good old Superstation start.
Actually, no, I messed that up. 4:10. They're at San Diego. 4:10. My bad. And then the White Sox. Not that anybody listening to this podcast cares, but I care, so I'm going to talk about it. They're actually opening it at home today at Guaranteed Rate Field
at not Comiskey.
Yeah, not gonna. You know, it's crazy. I thought coming up here, I thought people would like dig into the Comiskey thing. You know, right. I always call it Comiskey. Doesn't matter. Guaranteed, whatever. They don't. They call it Sox Park.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Sox Park. Sox Park hot dogs. Old style, Fruity Pebbles. Well, where the hell did Fruity Pebbles come from?
That comes with living with 2 teenagers.
Yeah, dude, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. The Cinnamon Toast Crunch has this box, right? And there's a cartoon on the back of it with this. It looks almost like SpongeBob SquarePants.
Oh, the little toast crunches.
Yeah, but his face, he's crying. His eyes are closed. Look, he's murdered. And so the other day, I'm walking by the recycle bin. I look down. I'm like, who killed that? Who killed the Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
The Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I had a funeral. I was like, oh man, poor guy. Kind of got a lump in my throat.
All right. Buried him in milk.
Quit abusing the cereal, kids. See, this is what happens.
We have a real problem in this country.
This is what happens when you're not careful.
You see what happens?
Cereal box dies right there. Now we're all traumatized because of this. Anyway.
Guaranteed L Field. Oh, that's a good one, Queen.
Oh, God. I read the other day, it's like a good year would be for the White Sox to lose 100 games instead of 120.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's like a 15% decrease. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm just upset that the Cubs are first pitch is at 10:10. Is after my bedtime. There's no way I'm going to watch any of that tonight. These West Coast games. That's all right.
Awesome.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, the West Coast. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. So sorry, I got distracted by my phone there, which has not happened. It's a good day to be on the show today, but bear with me a little bit, fighting a cold and some other things. So we'll see. But the Queen of the Cocks, happy opening day. He doesn't like the White Sox. Craig woke up singing "Clowns Are People Too." Said I got in a song, and the Queen chimes in and says, "It gets us all eventually." Craig got me last week. I want to say the harmonies for the song are on point. I catch myself whistling it in the office. Lance, Latte Lance from the Nana Sports chat box, the pride of Johnsonville, South Carolina. You know, I remember when JC started Big Spur, and now I get to crush lattes and hang with one of the best in the business. I appreciate that, Lance.
Right back at you, Lance.
Love the business. I love the vibe. One of the greatest things about starting the podcast shows, being a little more, I guess people see my face a little more, hear my voice a little more, rather than just somebody behind a keyboard. And I type, I text a lot. Like some people are like this. Like I used to work with a guy at 24/7, the nicest human being you'd ever want to meet. A great, he worked at the finance department. Anything you needed, he was right there for you. Just a tremendous person, right? There's no question about it. He emailed, and you wanted to crawl through the computer and strangle him. Just very curt, almost, jerkish. But that's just how he typed. Well, I type a lot and write a lot different than I talk.
Right.
I don't, because there's no nuance or context when you're writing something on the internet. It just comes out. And so one of the greatest things about this is I've gotten to know people like Lance, like Craig, all the audience members and stuff beyond just the website, met a lot of people in person when I've gone to games and stuff, made a lot of new friends, that's very gratifying for me. Like that's the best part about it is, I've always considered the Gamecocks my people. Right. But I feel like I have more people now.
You get to know the people. Right. Yeah.
What life's all about, win, lose, draw, about having a good time and getting the stuff out there. So I appreciate that. Made me think a little bit, Lance. I thank you for putting that in there. And then he adds another great take. Lance is 2 for 2 on opening day.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And Skip Carey here. Players 2 for 2 on opening day for the Braves. He said Boaz Stanley is an A-list lineman name. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Boaz. And I called him Bo earlier just because I was doing that play on words, but I think I'm just going to say Boaz.
I like Boaz. I mean, obviously, name you don't hear very often these days,
Boaz.
But good biblical one, which is cool, Boaz.
Love
Yeah,
it.
that's a great name. Love to hear how his parents came up with that. Obviously, we know where it comes from, but
the Bible, yeah. Somehow I'm not surprised. Northeast Georgia, good biblical,
could be strong, right? Yeah,
strong biblical names come out of Northeast Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Krager says that's his starting line that he's predicted. Josiah Thompson at left, Tree at left tackle, left guard, Bo Stanley at center, right guard Trevon Ball, right tackle Kason Henry. Yeah. I think that could possibly be it. And I like Trevon Ball quite a bit because he's 335 pounds. Big Tree's 338. That's a lot. Like I said, a lot of beef on the inside. So I don't think your prediction is too far off. The only thing I can see, what if Nick Sharp ends up being better? I mean, I don't know that I would predict that, but Sharp's a new player. I don't know. I'm going to stick with the Krager offensive line prediction. I'm jumping on that boat.
Yeah. And here's the thing. You got options and there's competition, like, worthy competition in here. So that's the important part.
Tiffany's a Big Spur member for a long time.
Yeah.
She said it's hard to believe it's been almost 20 years. It has. I think in 20. So we opened up shop right before the 07 football season. Like our first, we came online right before Carolina played Louisiana Lafayette in the opener that year. That was one of the spurrier years where they opened on a Saturday because there were there's a long line of opening on Thursdays, but for some reason in 07 they opened it was a Saturday opener again. And Louisiana Lafayette had come in 2003, played John Strickland's team, one of those teams Strick was on in the Holtz era, and giving Carolina fits. I think the final was like 14-7 in that one, and sure enough, Louisiana Lafayette comes back in 07, and Carolina got up. It was kind of a hot night. I think they gave Carolina fits. Carolina couldn't stop the option. It was 28-14. There's a coach, Coach Ricky Bussell, who spent a long time at Virginia Tech under Frank Beamer and was actually at South Carolina for a year under Brad Scott. And also, I think he's a Clemson graduate, so some ties to the state. He coached at Lafayette for a long time. He ran a really dynamic type offense and stuff. And those 2 years it gave Carolina fits. But that was our first game at Big Spur in 07. And so that was the first season. And so this is 2025. So this is what season 9. This is season 19. So season 20 will be next year, 2026.
Yeah. Nice.
Been a long time, man. Time flies.
I know.
Because things kind of morphed into from a upstart to to what it is now, a stable site, a business that lots of people make a living off of. So, and it goes through phases like everything. The message board community, especially. Sometimes it gets a little whacked. She came when Ron Cooper was rumored to go to North Carolina and the John Hunt debacle. Yeah, Coach Hunt was, gosh, I still remember the day he got fired after 08. It was the Sunday after the Clemson game. Johnny, sorry, got to let you go. He's got to be fired. And that was good. That started Eric Wolford part 1. Where Wolf was there for a year, recruited a lot of good players. Sean Elliott comes in after Wolf, and then Sean leaves and takes the Georgia State head coaching job, and then Wolf comes back. Muschamp hires him, and he's there for another stint, and all that. And now Sean Elliott's back. He's just not coaching offensive line, coaching tight ends.
That's all right. You take a good coach back if they're a good coach. Doesn't matter what they do. Yeah,
I agree.
and Elliott, man, tough to beat a guy like that.
Lance says, when is the spring portal open up? Anyway, we need a few beefcakes to help deepen the DT room. I think they're going to go after one. I can't say for sure on anything else beyond that as far as multiple guys go, but I do expect one. So we'll see what happens. But I think I think that the D line will be fine in time. It's one of those things. A lot of people freaked out yesterday over it. One day in pads, people just freaked out. Oh my God! Yeah, I'll die if this season is bad because of this. And, I couldn't believe first of all, I really couldn't believe that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't worry about things right now.
It's a little early.
Yeah. I mean,
to be burning the bridge.
let everybody kind of coach these guys and let them learn the plays and develop. I mean, I just, I don't know. But Lance, to answer your question, good sir, the portal opens April 16th.
Yep,
I think
10-day window.
The 25th, yeah. So we'll catch up with the rest of the Nana Sports Chat Boxers club chief members in the house today on the show. But first, we got to check in with our good buddy Joe Macheca from thebigspur.com. He's coming up after these messages. Don't forget to go and check out our friends at Palmetto Golf and Belts. PalmettoGolfing.com, proud sponsor of the show. Very nice stuff for an affordable price. PalmettoGolfing.com, so you can look your best when you hit the links. We'll be back after these messages.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks The Show, and we are live. Look at that. Joe Macheca live from the road to Birmingham.
What's up, boys?
Yeah.
How we doing? How we doing?
Hello.
Good. What's going on?
Not much. Me and Ryan Bethel on the way to Birmingham. Should be there shortly. We got practice tipping off here around 1:10, I think it is. So full coverage from Birmingham on the way shortly. Gonna have the countdown tip off, all that good stuff from practice and media availabilities today. And then obviously game tipping off at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So it should be a lot of fun.
Nice. Now, are they practicing at the arena?
Yep.
Cool. That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
That's good. So yeah, you get to go in there in a new venue. Have you ever been to Birmingham, Alabama before, Jeff?
No, I was just telling Bethea this. Like, I have not been in the state of Alabama other than to stop for gas. So this will be, first time getting real south down here.
Well, yeah. When you cross over to the border, it says "Welcome to Alabama the Beautiful." This is what the sign says.
Alabama the Beautiful.
Alabama the Beautiful.
Alabama's one of those weird ones where the time zone, line runs through like part of the state, and it's one of those that splits their time too. So you got to be careful on that.
It's mostly central, but there is some eastern. So.
Man. Well, look at. I mean, they got Maryland on deck, right? Who played their hearts out in a double overtime thriller there.
Yeah.
It was that game caught the attention of so many. My dad texted me just at random. He was like, "Man, that was a hell of a game." They got it. I'm like, "What happened?" Because I wasn't even watching it. But looking at the we talked to Brad this morning and got a little insight into that Maryland squad that they got coming in. Yeah. And, I was thinking, a lot's made of Malaysia Fulwiley and Joyce Edwards, who didn't, have their best games, at least statistically, in against Indiana in that second round game. But how do you expect to see them kind of bounce back? Is that, kind of playing through some adversity? And what are your expectations for the young guard and the freshman forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Lay's due. There were some rumors about her, potentially being sick. Again, I'm not gonna, put that out, especially if it's something that is low key, and she should be fine this weekend. You would think so. Maryland's a guard heavy team, right? A lot of their scoring comes from the guards, and a lot of Lay's scoring comes from a tip pass or something, a turnover, getting buckets in the fast break. So with Maryland being so focused on their guards scoring the basketball, I think it's a perfect opportunity for Fulwiley to burst onto the scene. And then, Edwards, you're going to need post presence off the bench. You saw that in the first game against Tennessee Tech. IU was just a lot more physical down low. So I expect Joyce to, get comfortable again in the NCAA tournament, again, with Maryland being so guard heavy offensively and just, with everything that they do. I fully expect Fulwiley to generate some turnovers, and then again, Edwards to get involved down low.
Yeah, for sure. Other than that, who are you kind of pinpointing as going to be kind of someone to keep an eye on to really kind of pull through?
Mm-hmm. So boring answers, Chloe Kitts. I think she just there's too much going for her. She's playing with too much momentum right now to be denied in this NCAA tournament. But I guess my sleeper pick is Bree Hall. Bree Hall has been playing great. She started to score the basketball a lot better in those last two games. She's always been, a primary focus on defense or big for this team on the defensive end. So Bree's really been coming into her own here at the right time. And so that's another big one. And then Tessa Johnson always seems to do well when the lights are brightest. She's, ramped up her scoring, especially in these last couple of weeks. Again, wasn't the best in the Indiana game, but hit a couple big shots against Tennessee Tech. So expect her to keep shooting the basketball efficiently.
Yeah, you got to think. There's no consistent letdown with any of these ladies, right? Yeah. Every once in a while something happens. It's because I'm of a like mind with you on Joyce Edwards, and I've seen some people is like, well, that's just a freshman coming out in her. I'm like, you haven't seen that really all season, and everybody's entitled to a bad one. Everybody has an off night, and there again, this team is stacked up enough with depth that you've got quality people in front and behind, in her case, that can step up and fill those gaps with a team full of McDonald's All-Americans. Come on, let's face it. It is what it is.
Yeah, the depth is deep for the South Carolina team. I was talking about it on the walkthrough last night, and I talk about it with Tyler Head every single time I jump on with him. But one of the biggest traits of Dawn's teams have always been depth, and this team has an abundance of it. Anybody can score the basketball, and was talking with Bethea here on this road trip. It's just like it's they have all of these McDonald's All-Americans bought into the fact that when somebody doesn't have their best night shooting, you're going to be able to step up, and it's been the recipe to success for this program these last couple of years, and it's going to continue to roll on as Dawn continues to sign McDonald's All-Americans. She's loving it.
She's loving it.
She's loving it.
She's loving it.
I'm loving it.
Dawn Staley.
Well, Joe, wrapping up with you here. First of all, I guess Ryan's driving. So
yes, yeah. Ryan is driving. Yes.
Tell him I said I'm impressed with his skills.
We'll do.
He's a photographer. He's a driver. He's awesome. Ryan's worked with us for a long time and does a fantastic job with women's basketball. I'm glad we could add Joe to the beat this year because now we have a double team to cover this program, kind of, for the website and stuff. Mm-hmm. But just wrap it up. So, you got Maryland, and then the other side is Duke versus North Carolina.
Yep.
That's kind of obviously it's two schools hate each other.
Yeah,
they're 8 miles from each other, and they have to drive to Birmingham to play. That's interesting. But your thoughts on those two teams? Who do you see coming out of that side of the bracket and all that good stuff?
Yeah, two teams South Carolina is certainly familiar with. Saw Duke earlier this year. Saw North Carolina twice last year. familiar with the two programs. I think Duke is just a better basketball team, got a better head coach, and just playing better basketball right now. So I think Duke comes out of it. And then I think, South Carolina gets that the chance of, I guess, redemption, right? We talk about this team being at a point, where they can take lessons from wins, right? That Duke game got a little close. Chloe Kitts had to take over the first time that they played them. So I think if they get Duke, they're going to use it as a lesson, like similar to the IU game, how they were using it, last week, how IU kind of came back, got that game real close. And so they were using it as a lesson. I think they're going to use this Duke game as a lesson if they see them. I have a feeling Duke's going to come out of it. If North Carolina does, again, it's a program that Dawn Staley and this squad have seen, or they saw it twice last season. So certainly have some familiarity there as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Interesting storyline there in that they split both of their regular season meetups, right? Or at least they played
so,
twice, split it. Yeah. And so, winner takes the cake and
Winner
loser
take
goes
all.
home.
Yeah.
The
Gotta
rubber
love that
game.
when it's your rival. Yeah.
The rubber game. So are you fired up about White Sox baseball starting today, Joe?
All right. Yeah. I was going to say, Phil, the Cubs shirt, man. Like
Listen, I'm a North Side guy, man. I can't.
Man.
I am.
Your franchise is ruining Wrigleyville. It's horrible what they're doing to it. All those poor bars up there in Wrigleyville, man. Running them out of town. It's a shame, but I mean, wonderful ballpark up there at Wrigley.
Porch, the bar scene up there.
I can't stand the team that plays there, man. It's unfortunate, but my White Sox, we re-signed Mike Clevenger after saying we weren't going to do it all off season, and no money spent, refusing to surround town around Luis Robert after the worst season in MLB history, boys. So it's. This will be the first opening day in a while that I haven't watched, man. It's not good. I was taking a look at the 05 starting lineup, and man, do I miss AJ Przinsky for all the slim White Sox fans that are still watching the show.
Right.
They didn't spend a cent. They didn't do anything. They're like, we lost, except gripe about wanting a new ballpark. So
Jerry needs to sell, and I mean, I get it. Like, you need somewhere to show up every day, and I hope I have the same ability to do so when I'm like 85 or however old Jerry Reinsdorf is at this point. But man, it would be nice if we could just sell the team, get some good baseball there on the south side.
I love those chants. Sell the team.
He definitely does. They do have a good minor league. Apparently they've rated it like top 10. So they got some good young players in Charlotte and other places. But I'd go ahead and call them up. If you're going to take your lumps, take your lumps with your.
No kidding.
Anyway, well, Joe, have a safe trip, man. Looking forward to seeing all the photos, videos, interviews, all that good stuff from Birmingham later today. Certainly appreciate the work you and Ryan do, and thanks for joining us. And hopefully we'll have another conversation like this next week, because that means you'll be on your way to Tampa.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gentlemen, again, appreciate you having me, and looking forward to some of this dreamland, man. Again, appreciate the opportunity, JC, as always. It's gonna be a fun little trip here to Birmingham, so appreciate you guys.
My friend. Thanks so much, Joe.
Yeah, I appreciate you, boys.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Macheca on his way to Birmingham. In Birmingham, Phil, what do they do?
Oh, I don't know.
They love the governor.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
I love it. I've never eaten at Dreamland Barbecue. Of course, I've only been to Birmingham once, and I think I was just passing through. Really,
the one in Tuscaloosa is like the main, like the original is in Tuscaloosa, and I ate there. Gosh, it was the 2000s. It was me and my ex-wife ate there, and I honestly, there's one a kind of a Dreamland, or maybe it closed. I don't know. It was in Marietta, Georgia. When I lived in Gainesville, we'd go exploring on a Sunday or whatever, drive over to Marietta and eat at the Dreamland.
Nice.
And it was good. Full service barbecue. You got the pulled pork, you got the delicious sides, because the sides are awesome. At Dreamland, you had one at Tuscaloosa. I'm sitting there hung. I intentionally had not eaten anything because I was like, I'm going to tear this apart. And I get in there, and it's ribs, pickles, white bread, and sauce. That's it.
There you go.
No sides. No sides.
Ribs, pickles, white bread, sauce, and no sides.
No sides.
Not even any options. Like you can't.
I'm not like a huge ribs guy. They have to be just right for me. But the one in Birmingham, I've also eaten at, and it has sides. So that's the one John Whittle always talks about because there's reasons through the years the Big Spur guys have gone to Birmingham. SEC media days, SEC baseball tournaments there, the Birmingham Bowl. And I'm sure they'll hit it up on their way to Tuscaloosa too. But it's a treat. Joe is in for a treat. But
where do they play? What's the arena down there? Is it?
I think is it still the? I don't think it's it's UAB.
Is it UAB? That's what I was wondering. Yeah, is it UAB arena?
Now they have a pretty big. It used to be called the Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I know the name of the arena listed as like this corporate name.
The Utilita Arena. I don't know. Oh, it's pretty nice right there on the water. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, there you go. Eat the barbecue in Birmingham and watch the Gamecock women's team.
My mouse is screwing up, dude.
Is it? Oh, I hate when that happens.
I know. It's like I'm clicking on things. I have to sit there and click it 3 or 4 times. Try to mute.
I had to do
or
that
anything.
on my other one.
It's ridiculous. Oh, and by the way, the dumbest thing happened to me right before I came over for the crosstalk, right? And I'm like, usually, like today, I was early in for the crosstalk, right? I was like, I don't have much to do. kind of this is all I'm going to do today, right? And so I'm like, I'm just going to pop on in, and I'm sitting here, and I restarted the old computer, which is what I broadcast from, because we know how that goes sometimes if you don't restart it. I'm pulling it up, and my mouse doesn't work, and I'm like, and I plug it in and charge it, because it needed a charge a couple of days ago, and I was like, I had that thing on the charger like all day though. I was like, it couldn't be the charger. Well, come to find out, my dumb butt had gotten up from the broadcast yesterday morning after I did coffee, and for some reason had the mouse in my pocket. And set it down on the other computer, and then I'm right-handed, and so the other computer that I work from sits to the direct left of me. Like, I'll show for those of you viewing. This is the mouse for the other computer. And I'm sitting there with this mouse trying to, and I look over, and this mouse, the mouse for this computer is all the way on the left side of the other computer. And I'm like, surely that's not the old mouse.
Where did that come from?
And I went and picked it up, and I'm like, it looks like the older mouse because it's a little more scuffly, like
right. It's got some wear.
It's a little scuffly, and so I came back and mission accomplished. So that was my dumb butt of the day.
Yeah, I don't get them confused, because one is obviously the Apple mouse that I use on the laptop that runs absolutely everything for us, and then I've got my HP as a backup that has just like one of those big clunky Microsoft mouses. Yeah, I don't know. At least it was giving me fits the other day though. It's like, because I get so paranoid, right? Like if something were to happen on this broadcast platform with this laptop, then I've got the other one, for redundance, right? I mean, you don't want the show to go down because something happened with your computer.
Yeah.
So I've always got 2 of them running and 2 instances of me in there, and I have to remember, mute one, and now I just keep one downstairs because it's closer to one router, and one upstairs because it's closer to the other router, and there you go. That's the behind the scenes. We pulled back the curtain on Phil pulling the levers and pushing the buttons on how to run these shows. Well, partially. Aside from that, there's some up and down the stairs. I do get my steps in though. Like, I like that. Go up and down, because I'm isolated up here in the bonus room to do the primary broadcast.
They're preparing to fire their primary weapon, sir. That's what Phil. Fire the primary weapon.
Primary weapon.
It is Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center with that arena. That's about a 15 to 17,000 seat arena. I remember Carolina's first year in the SEC, 92, they had the tournament there. They've had regionals there on the men's side through the years. I think they remodeled it. I know UAB has a new football stadium, and that's where they play the Birmingham Bowl now. So I don't know if that changed.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so I wanted to get that right in case somebody's going to Birmingham on their way without tickets. They're just raw dogging it, you know?
Yeah.
And they're listening to us and they're like, where's the damn arena? Just tell us, or we don't know.
Get the name right.
If
And interesting for Birmingham, there are multiple arenas in the Birmingham area, apparently, which is kind of even odder to me, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm not familiar with Birmingham's game.
Maybe that. Well, I know UAB has an arena. I don't know. That's what I'm looking at the tickets. It says NCAA women's and Maryland, South Carolina, Duke, UNC. It says Birmingham Jefferson Civic Center. If it's not there, just go to the Civic Center, folks, and ask where it's at.
And then don't use us for your travel arrangements.
Never don't listen to us with all that. So Bruin Nation BBQ, who is one of our fantastic Nana's Porch chat box members. What's the news coming out of practice so far? If y'all covered it, I missed it. Sorry. Well, so far, Hale was on earlier talking. The thing I started kind of the show with, Phil, was the Rodney Newsom Jr. working at center was something I didn't know exactly where they'd put him. I know that he played some center at Western Kentucky as well. I think with Ryan Brubaker injured, I think that helps the competition there, right? And so then I wanted to kind of next hour go across both sides of the ball and kind of do a where everything's at, with that. Just kind of roll through, get Phil's take on some of these players and stuff. Bobby's in the chat box now. Bobby P. Good afternoon, boys. Good afternoon, my friend. And so that's the deal there. So offensively, that kind of was the thing that I thought, well, there's two of these portal guys battling it out at center. And I'll continue to say I think Stanley is going to win the center job. I think he's probably already ahead. The fact that it's Rodney Newsom there competing with him, I'm not sure I would go quite as. How do I put this? I'm still confident he wins the job, but I'm less confident because I don't know that Newsom can't beat him out. It's always usually about like who's competing with him for the job. Can they beat him out? Nothing against Ryan Brubaker, who's been in the program 4 years but unfortunately struggled with injuries. I didn't think there's a high chance of Brubaker beating Bo out. Newsom could be a little closer up to that.
Yeah.
And so that's interesting there. Competition matters. I mean, it's refreshing to say we're going to play this center because this is the best guy for the job. He's better. He's played a little better than this other guy than to say, this is our only center. We have to ride or die with him because if we put the other guy in, we're kind of going to be up the creek without a paddle.
Yeah. And the good thing about that, though, JC, is if Stanley and Newsom are your, best options at center, both of them have plenty of experience. I mean, Newsom, 6-year guy, Stanley, 4 years? I mean, no, one's a redshirt, he's redshirt junior. But yeah, I mean, and that really is what you're looking for with that kind of communication that is required at that position and being able to identify defenses and things of that nature. So at least you're not trying to put in a freshman at one spot there. Right. Yeah. It's left tackle and center. You definitely don't want youth and inexperience. Although it worked out very well because the talent of Josiah Thompson was able to overcome that youth and inexperience at left tackle last year. And we saw he really did well. He did well.
The Queen of the Cocks is going to give me a coronary.
I
don't want to talk about this.
We're not talking about that yet. We're all avoiding it, Queen. No, it's not time for that yet.
So, all right. So the guy to keep an eye on with the kicker job is a young man. He's been going into his third year. Peyton Argent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's from Hoover High School in Hoover, Alabama. That's where Robbie Ashford went to school. It's a powerhouse. He's got that Alabama frat boy haircut. like everybody. Like, that's my stepson has.
The llama look.
Long
Is that what that is?
Yeah, long in the front. Yeah, it's something else. But he was ranked as the 16th best kicker. Was 17 for 20 his senior year. He has not attempted a kick at South Carolina. It says in his bio he'll work at place kicker and punter. Blessed with a powerful leg. Big, strong athlete who comes from an outstanding high school program. He's shown the ability to hit directional kickoffs. And with his size and athletic ability, he has room to develop and prove. He's 6'2", 217. So he's a big dude for a kicker. Yeah. So there's a guy to keep an eye on for that job. And we'll see. Kreger goes, not making fun, but is Brubaker made out of graham crackers?
He was one of the highly touted recruits, right? I mean,
at the time,
what was that 2 cycles ago? 24.
Yeah. He's a low 4-star guy.
Yeah.
They signed 3 offensive linemen that year. Case and Henry was one. Brubaker was the other. They're the 2 that are left. There's another kid out of Georgia whose name escapes me that ended up hitting the portal. But dude, yeah, and it's unfortunate for him. He's stuck with it. He's a great kid. You know, he picked Carolina when maybe it wasn't all that cool to pick Carolina
right
at the time. He didn't have to. So really good guy, good player, and all that. So hate it for him. But hey, sometimes guys like that on the offensive line, Phil, they'll go through their whole career, some of them, and of injuries and setbacks and all that. Then about year 5, they go out and start every game. And then the next year, you're sitting there going, God, we miss Brubaker.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like the Darius Rush path. You know, Darius Rush is here 4 years before, you know, he gets out there and is pretty good and gets drafted. The next year, you're like, we miss Darius Rush. I'm like, probably weren't even saying that 2 years ago, right?
Right. I know.
That's just kind of how it goes. But so Peyton Argent is a guy to look out for in the kicking competition. I think he was heading the other day. I honestly, fellas and ladies, I forgot he was on the roster. I don't really scour the roster for backup kickers, and because it gives me a lot of anxiety. I don't even cover, like, I'll just be honest, dude. I don't even cover kicker recruiting. When I'm covering recruiting, I let John Whittle kind of talk to people about the kickers, or not let him. I mean, he does it anyway. But John's kind of our special teams coordinator. I mean, I'm just like, you know, and John probably hates it. He probably hates it. He probably hates even doing it. But I just did it basically because John likes soccer, right? And
right.
I'm like, so
and
that's
like,
my simplistic. Well, he likes soccer.
Yeah, and they're kicking it.
Kickers. Let's go. Let's just leave that to Whittle. But anyway, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. I mean, it just I'm worried. I mean, I'm not worried, but I'm a little anxious to see what's going to happen there. Like, do you think there's even do you think there could be one pulled in from the portal?
I could see that happening.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that there's anything incoming.
I think I would feel better if they didn't.
Yeah.
Truly, because it was like, you know what, we're good. Because I know Beamer's a special teams guy, right? So it's like he's not going to roll out there with a kicker that he, you know, doesn't feel at least some confidence in.
Yeah.
Lance Lenoris for 2 every time. Which, hey, the analytics might point to that.
See, they don't even have a ton of kickers and punters on the roster.
No, I was also just kind of combing the roster, and I'm like, ooh, this normally you have at least 3, you know, PKPs on there.
Well, don't forget you got Max Kelly coming in too.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Hmm?
Kelly. I get that from the what is it? There's a South Park episode about like lice like the lice, head lice, and it's like Kyle or somebody gets head lice at school, and these lice live in this kingdom, and the one rebel lice, he's like, we're gonna all die. But don't listen to me. We're all dead. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Oh, shut up, Peter. And that dude's his girlfriend's named Kelly. And he's like, Kelly. And so when Kyle's blow drying his hair, it's like obviously for the lice, it's a massive windstorm.
Right.
Right. And
I remember that. Yeah.
And he's like, and her arm just comes off and she tumbles into the abyss. He's like, Kelly.
That's
and
I haven't
so
thought about that in a long time.
and so then he ends up, gosh, I guess falling, and he's on some sand or something, and some bird picks him up or some fly, and carries him and drops him into this lice kingdom. And it's like, our people have lived here peacefully for generations. And they're like, oh, I'm home, but I still miss Kelly, and they pan out and they pan out and they pan out. It's all of a sudden between this cartoon lady's legs, and it pans out. And it's like, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Angelina Jolie.
Oh, that's right. Angelina Jolie. That's right.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, that's great. God, South Park.
I'm baffled Beamer doesn't have kicker depth. I don't know how many people do. Maybe usually teams have like a bunch of walk-on kickers and punters.
Yeah,
like 2 or 3. So I don't know. Maybe they're bringing in some walk-ons over the summer. But Max Kelly, it's really 4. So they got, and they're all listed as either place kicker, place kicker, punter, place kicker, punter, place kicker, punter. So I don't know.
The thing I've settled myself, JC, into the time to worry is if we ever get that like all call to the student body for kicker tryouts. And then you go for 2 every time.
Hey, 2 every time.
You go for 2 every time, or get it inside the 15 every time. That way, hell, I can hit that. Well, I used to. I don't know if I could now, but I could hit a 25-yarder.
Yeah, I'll keep in mind too. I'll say this one more thing about kickers, because I'm obviously very uncomfortable right now. William Joyce is still on the roster as well. Keep in mind, William Joyce gave Alex Herrera a run for his money last year, and he's 6'3", 220 from my hometown of Spartanburg. By the way, shout out to the Hub City Spartanburgers. They will start play this year. I saw on the Chief Sports Net Instagram, I posted something that was talking about the stadium. Really proud of my hometown. Really proud of that. There's an awesome baseball stadium there. Happy for everybody, and I think the merch is pretty sweet. The Hub City
Spartanburgers. Oh, nice.
It makes me hungry. I want a big chili cheese from.
That's right. Big old a plenty.
A plenty. Call it. Anyway, makes me miss home today. We'll be back after these messages for the final hour of the show on Thursday. Inside the Gamecocks. Coming back.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show, final hour of the show and super stream for the day on this Thirsty Thursday. Special happy birthday shout out to my wife, Dina. Love you.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's right. Forever 27 in my heart.
I knew I would forget. I saw my Google thing.
Those show up on the calendar.
Dina's birthday's tomorrow. So I actually called Dina yesterday and said, hey, listen, probably forget tomorrow. So happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. It's easy. Absolutely. It's funny because, Dina's birthday's tonight or today, and my dad's birthday's tomorrow. So I never really get those mixed up.
I always remember my cousin, because my brother Jason was born on the 26th of May. And my cousin Jonathan Sherbert was born on the 26th of March. And I was on December 26th. There's a bunch of 26s. And so I always remember his. And then my brother Cam, his birthday's March 30th. He was almost born on the 26th.
That's funny.
My grandmother was like, if this baby's born tonight, I just don't know what I'll do.
And our youngest is the 31st. So, and we actually got to pick that day because it was, we had gone in for a planned kind of deal. And then we were like, well, what makes that determination? Well, obviously you don't want it to be on the 27 or 28, so you don't share the actual day with a family member is one of our lines of thinking. And then the other one was, what famous people were born on which days? Yes. So you pick like who your favorite celebrities are, right? And be like, since you get to choose, of who was available within about a week span, we feel like Allie got the best draw.
Absolutely. For those that obviously you guys don't most of you don't know. Some of you have met Phil and his wife and his family, but the Mullinex household is a cornucopia of pop culture. It is outstanding. It's like they know everything. This guy was born on this, celebrity birthdays. You want to talk classic movies, man, they're all over it. And I'm the same way. That's why I'm friends with them.
That's right. Yeah, it all works.
There's never a dull moment, right?
No.
All right. So this kicker thing, let's go back to that. And then there's some more Nana Sports chat box, and we're going to just kind of dive into, because Bruin's right about what you've been hearing for practice. We had a show earlier this week where we kind of went off it wasn't even Gamecock. Most of it wasn't even Gamecock topics. I spent the whole time talking about Stanford's coach, and
we did. I think it was Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, dude. I got done with it. I was like, I think we squeezed a little bit in at the end, and then no show yesterday always. So I think let's dive into the meat. There was no coffee this morning either, by the way. I decided to take a full 24 hours and get some sleep, stuff like that. But coffee will return tomorrow, obviously. But so yeah, we're gonna roll through some of this football stuff and all that good stuff. Craig, and then okay, so Craig's there, but yeah, I want to point this out about the kickers. Because Bruin in the chat box says, just go get a soccer guy and let's go. Well, soccer season coincides with football season. I guess you could do. I've seen guys do both, but I don't.
Oh, I didn't know if that could work simultaneously or not. I've heard of, obviously grabbing soccer guys off the roster to kick, but
I don't think it's to that point right now.
No,
because you got. Mason, like I said, you still got Peyton Argent, William Joyce, Mason Love, and then Max Kelly is coming in. Well, we don't. I mean, these guys are not proven kickers by any stretch at the college level, right? But we don't know that they can't kick.
Right. One would assume that they're here because they can.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know that they're. I mean. It's one kid, the kid from Alabama, Argent's 6 foot 220, and William Joyce is a big old kid too at 6'3", 220. So that's big for a kicker, 6'3", 220. That's big, and he's from Spartanburg. So why would you not want? Why would you not want a kicker from Spartanburg? Right. I don't know, man. I don't know. Wayne chimes in. He says, I listened to all the pressers yesterday. Tree seems happy about moving to guard. Yeah, because probably going to give him a chance to start.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be really good at guard. I think they've been kind of wanting. They've had to play him out at tackle because they didn't have a lot of tackles, and I think he's a good tackle too. I could see a scenario in a couple of years where he slides back out, just depending on team need. Y'all remember Rokevius Watkins played left tackle for Carolina the whole year in 2011. Carolina won 11 games after he was a all SEC, in my opinion, level guard that one year. So it's just one of those things. But so Wayne says Tree was happy about moving to guard, and the linebackers look sound and impressive. I really hope Okoronkwo is really good. He sounds like the Terminator. I haven't caught the press.
I didn't hear. I read.
You said,
yeah, but I could tell by the way he speaks. I was like, oh yeah, this guy grew up somewhere else.
He's a girly man.
I don't know if I'd call him that.
Like sprockets. Not him. He's not a girl. I'm not.
He's a girly man.
Yeah, that's what he'd be saying to the other team. Yeah, he's a girly man. Girly man. Do you want to tackle me? Okay, I will tackle you, girly man. Would you like to touch my monkey? Remember that? It's from Sprockets.
Would you like to touch my
Would you like? His name is Klaus. I still think the best thing would be for him to go like full, barkingly loud German.
Every time he makes a play, like anytime he's like just knock somebody down into the damn dirt and just be like,
that would freak me out.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of dudes that never even come close. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, but Lance goes. Just run Lenore Sellers for 2 every single time. Run the swinging gate. Not bad. The Boaz tush push. I don't know. Mason Love's going to punt from what Joe D. Camilla says. Surprised me. Kathy Ireland has eligibility left, Bobby, from necessary roughness.
Necessary roughness. That's right.
Lenore Sellers played soccer and kicked at South Florence in case you need him.
Bruin in here to remind us that there's nothing that kid can't do.
Right. He indeed is Superman. How do you keep from getting a shin splint when you drive? I don't know, Tiffany.
I'm not sure either, Tiffany.
Not sure. Anyway, Fred Johnson looked like he wanted to kill somebody up there. Man, I'm really excited about him. I am so excited about Fred Johnson, and I think he's going to be I think you're really going to that I almost don't want to talk about him a whole lot because I'm worried that I may overstate things. And then if he's just merely good and not great,
right.
Right away, first drive of the game, game one, then people will be mad at me. We were told that Fred Johnson would actually decapitate someone.
That's right. Said that he'd kill a man out there on the field.
Just be careful what you listen to because
They all
were told
walked away.
I was under the impression. I don't know, but that was
somebody said. Yeah, I can hear it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I like the talent they have back there. I mean, I know it's kind of unproven, although we've seen Fred Johnson and he played well in the limited action he saw last year. And from what all accounts is he looks better from what we've heard in early returns. Okoronkwo, I mean, you can't just sleep on a guy that Nick Saban actually was interested in, right? I mean, obviously great talent evaluator and that plays into it and should. And I love how he was very complimentary of South Carolina anyway, because he had experience with it throughout his recruiting process and was excited to be here. So you got, I think it was a Hale's article today. It was like, you got big shoes to fill back there, but I mean, you got some talented guys in there to fill it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't, they only play two at a time. Justin Okoronkwo, by the way, was listed at 6'3", 215, I think, when he got here. I'm looking at the roster now, 6'3", 231. So he's already 230. That's awesome. Fred J.R. Johnson, number 063, 244. And man, the thing about these two guys, Phil, is that they're not just big. They're big linebackers, but they're also fast.
Fast, right.
They're also fast.
Yeah. And so you love to see.
that's when you watch Bama under Saban and you watched Georgia those years they were dominant under Kirby and LSU. I would say LSU sometimes is more of a program where most of their monsters they're 4 down up front and they've got just dominant tackles and ends. Their linebackers, they've had great linebackers at LSU, don't get me wrong, but it's usually, their defense doesn't look like that. Those Georgia and Alabama defenses that use 4 linebackers a lot. They use a lot of the 3-4. So there's a lot of those types of guys on the field, just big, fast, physical. I think this sets up nicely.
Mm-hmm. And both of them were very complimentary of the freshmen that came in. So, I mean, you never know. You might see some young talent out there too.
Honestly, Carolina skews very young at linebacker overall, if you think about it, because you've got Josh Smith in as a freshman. A.J. Holloway is a true freshman. Tayshawn Austin is working at linebacker as a freshman. Donovan Darden is a true freshman. The elder statesmen in the room are Sean Murphy and Jerron Willis. Murphy 6'3", 231. Jerron 6'2", 254.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Willis, if you watched him against A&M in 2023 and some of those things, he's a guy that I think can do what Bam Martin Scott did. Which Bam Martin Scott's kind of like a pass rushing type linebacker. They used him to get after the quarterback and runs, and then they switch Knight in and out with him too. I just don't think you'll see as much of that. I don't think you'll see as many 3 linebacker, 3-3-5 things on the field this year. I think they're going to go 4-2-5 mostly. So Patrick Queen was a one-man wrecking crew for LSU in that championship game. Absolutely, he was. But so that's these guys, Fred Johnson, Justin Okoronkwo, those are the types of guys that. There's a reason Saban recruited Justin to Alabama. I mean, that's the kind of linebackers that they feasted off of. Big monster guys. I mean, and then you got Dylan Stewart. And you got some players on this defense. I mean, there are going to be some dudes.
Yeah.
But how much better they'll be, or I'm sorry, how much better if they will be as
one would
good,
hope, right? One could hope.
next year or not, that remains to be seen. I do think at D tackle they have to, they that's a position where you're going to kind of have to rely on some guys to get better and things like that, and a newcomer in the portal, but nothing says that they can't. I mean, I'm pretty excited about Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy and his possibilities. And I think Monkel Goodwine, after what he did last year, is ready to start. So check this out, Phil. Riddle me this, Philip.
Riddle me this.
So let's just say, for poops and giggles, the starting, let's not even think about, just like we're not going to think about the kicker. Let's not think about, we're not going to think about what might come in through the portal.
That's right.
Right.
With what's on the roster
right
now.
We'll live in the now, right? So let's just say Jalen Brown is one end, Dylan Stewart's another, and it's Goodwine and Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy. Okay. For those of you that celebrate, everybody's like, to all that celebrate the holiday,
to all that celebrate,
for as far as star ratings go, for all that celebrate star ratings.
Yeah, right.
You got a 4-star top 125 guy on one end. You got a 5-star top 10, top 10 recruit on the other end. Monkel Goodwine was about a top 75 4-star guy at a high school, and Brownlow-Dindy was a top 10 5-star guy. So you got 2 5-star guys and 2 4-star guys, all are top 125 recruits. Now, there's a lot of caveats these days.
Yeah, right.
Right. Monkel Goodwine he's a nice player last year. Probably hadn't played like the number 70-something player in the country since he's been in college, right? He probably hadn't gotten there yet. Jalen Brown redshirted last year at Missouri. Brownlow-Dindy didn't play a whole lot at all at A&M. Dylan Stewart's proven, so there's that. There's the flip side of it too. But, from what I've heard with Jalen Brown specifically, and Kreger from the Nana Sports Chat Box says, I'm excited about the defensive bend. I love that. The defensive bend from Missouri. That's that voice to chat.
The defensive bend.
I'm excited about the defensive bend. The friends of P. If you're friends
with P, then you're friends with me. Yeah, I love it.
I want to play that next year when Perry Orth comes on our talking about.
You start, like have it as his walk-up music or whatever.
If you're friends with P. Mm-hmm. So
Jalen Brown. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, Jalen.
Craig, I knew what you're talking about. The defensive end. The defensive bend.
The defensive bend. Oh, I love it.
The defensive bend. It sounds the same.
So, my man's 6'5", 265. That's a big old dude.
And I heard he's fast too. Context that he's big and fast and maybe an upgrade athletically over Kyle Kennard. Now that, like I've said this 17 times in the last week.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean he's going to have 11.5 sacks. But I also know this with him. I'm not really kind of. Missouri had a really good D line last year. They had some dudes, older dudes, and he played. I mean, he got to play a couple times. He played against Carolina. He tackled Lenore Sellers from behind. We got a picture on the Big Spur.
Yeah, right.
We had to use that picture for a while because there's pictures of it. We just got okay. Yeah, there you go. Hey, look, he's tackling Sellers, but he's 265 and big and has it. It's not like he doesn't have experience, but he's so young, Phil. And you always know, even Jadeveon Clowney, who was really good as a true freshman. I mean, everybody makes a big deal. He didn't even start as a true freshman. That's because they had Melvin Ingram.
Yeah, right.
I mean, yeah.
Who also was a game wrecker.
Melvin Ingram, pretty good player, right?
Yeah, right.
And Devin Taylor was the other guy. Devin Taylor had been there for a while, Now what they do is on 4th down, they'd slide Melvin into he'd actually play defensive tackle. and the Rabbits package.
The
And
Rabbits,
They
yeah.
bring Clowney in. I'm like, I can't even imagine having to block those guys.
When
Good
you think
Lord.
about it, you're looking at it in hindsight. You're like, my God.
Jeez. But I remember again, but Clowney, when did he really like start to go through the roof? That was obviously in his sophomore year. He made a jump. So Brown, as these things go, Brown I think can make a jump, and I don't know that he'll win the starting job. I'm projecting him to. I like what I hear and see, but there's other guys over there. There's Desmond Umazulu. There's JT Gear. There's also Brian Thomas Jr., who their staff really likes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a given, but
I like Thomas Jr. I mean, what we saw out of him last year, he was good to be in the rotation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not bad. That's
they'll rotate too. I mean, they'll. That's the thing too. They rotate six,
right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that rotation could flow out like this with, and I like the way it looks. You could have Stewart, Brown, and then Thomas Jr. and Gear and Umazulu. Is there anybody else? I'm missing somebody.
Gear. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, maybe a freshman. Jaquavius Dodd or Anthony Addison.
Yeah, Quay Dodd would definitely be in there. I feel like there's another name we didn't mention.
I do wonder if Anthony Addison won't get in, or one of those two guys. Everything I've heard about Dodd is probably he's a year away from getting out. He's an upside guy. But Addison, everybody was kind of concerned, Phil, that Addison wouldn't be, is he going to be big enough? He's 6'4", 230.
Yeah.
It's for a freshman defensive end. If you can get him to 242 or so, that's a little light, but by next year, by the start of the season, I could see him getting there. Anthony Addison's a really good football player. I mean, you talk to Hale, everybody from Hale to people across the state just raved about him.
Yeah.
And recruiting.
Gregory was the other one I was thinking.
Oh, Wendell.
Yeah.
He was that's what I get for like just jotting it down instead of actually looking at the roster.
Yep. Yeah. I was like, hold on, we're forgetting somebody.
So you're not even really, unless there's an injury, you're not going to need to, if your plan is to rotate six, then you're not going to need a true freshman in there next season. And Wendell Gregory's a naturally good pass rusher. I don't know if this will be the year Umazulu, the light kind of comes on or not for him. I think that would be good. But he and Gregory both, you kind of look at them as far as upside and stuff. And then with Dodd, what I was told about him was you're probably not going to hear much about him, but you will. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, man, there's a lot of big dudes that can run.
Mm-hmm.
All around.
And you get 4 games that they can come in and spot duty,
Yeah.
4 games in a bowl game.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can work them in, and it's always good to rotate on the defensive line because, and I don't know why, I don't know why this is, Phil, but offensive line, because of the connectivity that you have to play with, and because you're the cohesion that you have to play with.
Yeah.
They don't substitute. So if you could sub on the D line, it's an advantage because by the fourth quarter, those offensive linemen are gassed.
War slap out.
And,
right.
And you've got fresh players rolling in at them. And we all remember the Clemson game in 2012 where Clowney just sacked Traj Boyd over and over and over again at the end. I mean, those guys trying to block him were dead tired.
Yeah.
But throughout the game, the coaches, they were stealing snaps, rotating guys, keeping them fresh. So that's good. I want to thank all of our sponsors out there, especially Gamecock Traditions, home of the original beat sticker. Please follow them on social media. Even if you don't want to buy anything, it's a great follow. Yeah. Instagram, X, just Gamecock Traditions, and if you're in Columbia, like I'll be here in a couple of weeks, stop in at their store, the Village at Sand Hill, or also out in Lexington. I got up one morning and went to the one in Lexington, and they were like closed, but it was 6:30. I don't know why I expected them to be open.
That's early. Right. Hold on, let me just roll on out there.
I thought they may. It wasn't 6. It was like 7:30. I thought they may open at 7:30. Never though. Anywho, we certainly love and appreciate all the fine folks at Gamecock Traditions. GamecockTraditions.com. Anywhere in the world, send you the Gamecock gear. We'll be back with our final segment on Inside the Gamecocks The Show on a Thursday after this.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecocks Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show on this Thursday here. Love that. Number 5 for Lenora Sellers on ESPN's latest list of top 5 national quarterbacks. That's a, you really got something when you're getting the attention of not just folks inside your own conference, but nationwide. And
absolutely,
for the life of me, I get it. I understand this guy's talented, but I don't see number 1 in the country in Cade Klubnik. Why am I not understanding this, JC?
He had really good stats. I think.
I mean, but you're
same thing with Mateer.
Yeah. I mean, but you're going through Mateer, went through half the Mountain West. That'll make you look good. And Klubnik running through ACC defenses. That'll make you look good.
Well, it's kind of crazy, Phil, because it's like in the article it said they quoted an ACC assistant coach. I love articles like that. The anonymous quote.
I do like the anonymous quotes.
I
Though,
love
right?
that.
Yeah.
That's the one thing like Athlon and Lindy still do a great job of is getting those anonymous. It always stirs it up in June. Everybody's hot, tired, sweating, ready for football, knowing it's not going to be there for like 90 days. And some coach just drops a load of haterade on your team.
Right. Yeah.
And then everybody's figured out who it is. I bet it's Kirby. That Kirby's smart, boy. I'll tell you that right now. Paul.
Oh, that sounds like that damn Bill Belichick coming in here thinking he's better than everybody else.
That Bill Belichick took her job.
Belichick.
Love it. Love it. But so it's kind of funny, but that'll happen, and so we'll see. But that's as far as Cade goes. The anonymous quote clearly said, "I don't know if he's an NFL guy or not."
Right.
I'm like, well,
I was just sitting there. I'm like,
I'll tell you what.
Either,
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what I like about him. I think he's a tough kid. He's a lot tougher.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, system quarterbacks out of Texas high schools that throw for a lot of yards, sometimes they're not the toughest guys, right? Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're not. It's not. But sometimes they're not the toughest guys. And but Cade is a tough as hell player that will hang in there and is a competitor, and I love that about him. I think that's and they basically said that. Now, number one quarterback in America, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I'd probably have him, but I wouldn't have this Mateer guy there. And the writer's kind of correct. There's a lot of questions at quarterback this season. Where was Arch Manning at?
Oh, I don't even think he's on the list, dude.
Was he not on the list?
No, let's see. Carson Beck at 7, Nico, Tennessee at 8, Haynes King, Georgia Tech, Lagley at 10.
I like it.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Arch comes in at 12.
You just couldn't leave him off, could you?
That's right. Right ahead of Luke Altmaier.
Ooh. Luke Altmaier. God, hate that guy. Hey, this Kevin Jennings from SMU is good too. He's 12th. So Arch is 12th. Luke Altmaier is 13th. I'll tell you this about tough kids too. Luke Altmaier is a tough kid.
Yeah.
I can't sit there and because I pull for Illinois. Let me back up. I pulled for them all last season with my buddy until the bowl game. I don't know if I'm going to be as fired up about doing that this year after the bowl game.
Yeah, probably not.
But Luke Altmaier is a tough kid. Sawyer Robertson from Baylor.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even recognize.
I wouldn't put this kid that. When in the hell do you ever hear this in the transfer portal? Duke bought Tulane's quarterback.
What strange days.
I wouldn't even rank him. Darian Mensah, I wouldn't even rank him for that reason.
I mean,
he's.
Who knows?
Hey, was Carson Beck not on the list? No.
Why would Carson Beck? No, hold on. I think he was actually. Hold on.
Haynes King is
Haynes King, man, getting some love down there.
How is Nico
Beck at 7.
Beck at 7. Okay. How is because I went to Arch Manning and scrolled back. So how is how Nico being 8th is it's there's no way you can watch what he did last year. I mean, I guess you look at his stats. I mean, Tennessee basically had to run the football to win.
Yeah.
But, 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 63.8% completion, 358 rushing. Not bad.
I don't know if people realize how big he is. That's from an SEC defensive coordinator on Nico. You don't really realize how big he is.
I didn't know he was that big either.
I didn't either. 6'6", 220, man.
I don't remember that being a thing. Was his size? Is it grown?
I don't remember. I don't know.
So
We've
Carson
never seen him up close because, of course, we're denied the ability to play Tennessee here.
Now I like this kid Sam Levitt from Arizona State. How bad do you feel right now if you're Auburn? Because you also took a quarterback transfer from Michigan State like Sam Levitt, but you didn't get Sam Levitt. You didn't
get that one right.
Speaking of soft, a little bit soft there. So yeah, there's that. That Sellers is 5th. John Mateer. John Mateer's is kind of a stubby guy. 6'1", 224. I just don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Who's the OC at Oklahoma? I know they changed this year, didn't they?
Yeah, it was Barbuckle from Washington State.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he followed the guy. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
So
yeah, we'll see. Who knows?
We'll see what happens. So anyway, but that's the list, Mateer, and then it goes Nussmeier, Drew Alar, and Cade Klubnik.
Yeah.
I think with Nussmeier and Alar, man, I just think they kind of are who they are, dude.
Yeah.
I don't what more are you going to get from Drew this year at Penn State? They're talking national championship at Penn State, right? They have those types of expectations. But, his top 2 receivers did get the heck out of Dodge. He didn't throw it to them all that much. He loses the tight end, Tyler Warren. So you're actually expecting, and then their backup quarterback that they used in certain roles left too. So you're kind of expecting him, if you're Penn State and you believe you're going to, make a run this year after being a semifinal team last year. And let's just kind of call it for what it is. I like James Franklin and I like Penn State. I don't have anything against that school, but they were a function of their schedule, dude.
And I don't know if it was Mike who really pointed this out. It may have been the first time it was really pointed out on either show, but you're gonna have these easy schedules that pop up for different teams with the size of these freaking conferences now.
Yeah,
because there's no way of really projecting that into the future with any certainty. So
I've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
you guys don't listen to me. I mean, come on. I've been saying this literally for 6 months.
You have. I think he put it. He was kind of.
I listened. I actually popped on. I was not at the house yesterday, but I actually, when I saw that tweet, I popped it on and listened to the whole thing. I was like, well, that's
that's funny. Yeah, but he put it into the perspective of because I don't know, and I don't think anybody asserted this, but it is like who at the league office is making these decisions.
Well, it's just they're with a 16-team conference and no divisions.
Yeah,
they're in an impossible situation.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not going to be able to do that, and then you have the portal, so you can't necessarily know who's going to be good. Mississippi State's already got 51 new players.
Right.
How do you know that they're going to be terrible?
Right.
I mean, you don't. They may be great. You just and so that's why I disagree with Mike about the play-in games, because that's the way to fix it. Because if you're in the SEC and you're kind of looking, you had one team that was 10-2 that was not a function primarily of schedule, that actually went out, won tough games.
That you could say Georgia. 10-2 was like a kind of overshooting.
Yeah, Georgia.
Based on strength.
That was Georgia. Tennessee and Texas, they were in the playoff because instead of having to play LSU, or South Carolina, Tennessee got to play Mississippi State and Kentucky. I'll just boil it down like this, bro. I'm just gonna psychosomatic, man. I'll just boil it down like this, bro. I'll boil it down like this. Tennessee got to play Mississippi State at home.
Yep.
And South Carolina had to play Ole Miss.
Right.
Flip those two. Carolina probably beats Mississippi State and finishes 10-2. And I would take Ole Miss home or away against Tennessee.
What I like about putting that play-in into last year's context is that you would have had a weekend in Atlanta that would have seen Tennessee and Alabama and Ole Miss and South Carolina. Well, it probably would have been Tennessee, South Carolina, Ole Miss, and Bama playing each other. Like,
God.
my God. I mean, you want to talk about eyeballs on TVs and full
playoff.
hotels and
I'm excited just thinking about it,
right.
Phil.
I know.
I've been to the SEC championship game 3 times.
Right.
Actually 4. I've seen Alabama twice. I saw Alabama and Florida. That was a big dud. And then I saw Alabama Georgia was the best game I ever saw in 2012.
Yeah.
I saw 2013 Auburn and Missouri, and then of course Carolina Auburn in 2010. That is a fine event, sir.
Yes, right.
I mean, and you're talking. So they're playing 2 games in there when we're there in Labor Day weekend anyway.
Yeah, they're doing it back to back, right?
Vols play the Q's. I mean, I don't think Mike and some of the other people are. Hey, look, they're entitled to their opinion. I don't think I think they're kind of not looking at it. I don't want to say not looking at it the right way. Maybe I'm not looking at it the right way. Who knows? But I think that's how you solve that because, all right, when you're talking about a top 4 in a conference, you're going to look at it and you're going to, roll this out and you're going to have 3 of those top 4 be a function of schedule.
Right.
Texas finished first in the SEC this year and Texas had the easiest schedule. Everybody's pretty good, right? But then you have teams that are pretty good, and really like with Florida, it kind of depended on when you played Florida. If A&M had played at Florida late, they probably don't win it like they did when they played them early. There's teams like that as well. But you can get a draw where that it's like completely uneven, right? Like Texas did. I mean, comparing the Oklahoma schedule to the Texas schedule is it's nuts. The toughest game Texas played before they played Arkansas and A&M at the end of the year was Vanderbilt.
Right.
At Vandy.
That's right.
And that's including the little Michigan trip they were also proud of.
That we found out was not nothing.
The big Ward was all proud of that one, right?
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
I know.
But yeah, and honest to God, Phil, I mean, I said toughest game, biggest win, toughest win, because Georgia smacked him in the face. Georgia came into Austin, Texas, and on a Saturday night, Matthew McConaughey and everybody, the entitled were out in full force, throwing bottles on the field.
Oh, yeah, upset.
Kirby's like, they're trying to rob us.
That's right.
You're going to let them take this game away.
No.
To 15, man.
Jeez.
Georgia just, I mean, it was not, Georgia dominated them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's hard in football, college football especially, it's hard to beat a team twice. I mean, that's tough. It's tough. In the pros, it's tough to beat a team 3 times, they say. And so you come right back. Texas is kind of on a roll. Georgia's just coming off of how many overtimes against Georgia Tech the week before?
Oh, I know, right? Well, was it 4?
Yeah, 44-42 was the final.
Dude, it was crazy.
That was a war. That game was a damn war,
yeah,
man.
It was.
But and so they're rolling in there, beat up, injured, quarterback goes down. Doesn't matter. Beat them again. Beat Texas again. So, but you're telling me Texas was this great team. Nice win over Kentucky, fellas. You got to be impressed with that blowout win against the Florida Gators when the Gators had basically a kicker playing quarterback.
Yeah.
A walk-on. So Krager points out with Mississippi State, he's like, Mississippi State's got 51 new players, and look at their schedule. It's chock full of playoff teams.
I know.
Lord, yeah, do they play Arizona State?
I think they do. I know one of the
home
SEC
and home,
teams
yeah.
does. Yeah. God. Poor Mississippi State. What a snake bit program, man. Just ever since the passing of the great Mike Leach, nothing worse could have happened to them.
I mean, we've been around here when a coach has passed away. Unfortunately, that happened at South Carolina in '89 to Joe Morrison. I will say I'll give Sparky Woods a lot of credit for kind of holding it together. They actually won games his first 2 years, and the administration, which anybody complains about the admin at Carolina now, probably weren't alive then or too young to remember. It was just the most baffling, political, not committed to winning bunch of people I've ever seen in my life. They just couldn't get out of their own way. Sparky's problem, Phil, was that in year, what was it? Oh, they went to the SEC.
Yeah.
I mean, he's coaching there 89, 90, and 91. And a little dip in 91, or a little dip in 91. And then they go into the SEC and reality strikes.
Yep.
And so for Mississippi State, things kind of went different because they were very quick to hire Zach Arnett and just promote him. And then they just let him go. And I think Mississippi State's big problem is they have been turning coaches over since Mullen left, almost like a Florida or Tennessee.
It's pretty bad. Like even before Leach got there, and because I thought he would be the perfect addition, I was like, okay, then you're going to settle into some stability here because you're walking that Tennessee path, right? Like every 2-3 years, you're rotating through guys. You can't build a program that way, and it's just not going to work. That's why I kind of thought they pulled the trigger on Arnett a little early. I was kind of surprised when they made the Levy hire. I'm like, oh, wow, that didn't give him much of a chance. I mean, I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, and
well, they got a little taste of like how they can win, right?
Yeah.
Because the Dan Mullen way to win is it's different than the Mike Leach way to win, obviously, but it's also based on good X's and O's offensive system.
Offense, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and being good on defense. Dan Mullen doesn't get enough credit for the success Urban Meyer had at Utah and Florida, I don't think. We didn't have a whole lot of a sample size of Florida football under Urban Meyer. Once Dan left, it was two years, and then Herbs was out.
Yeah.
And then they're going to leave
Ohio State. Yeah.
But Dan Mullen, and so Dan goes and takes Florida, which he wanted every other job. Dude, he was going to go to Maryland from Mississippi State.
Right.
So, and they go and hire Joe Moorhead, and he's another offensive play caller guy. And he had 2 winning seasons and went to 2 bowl games and got fired. Mainly because wasn't one of his kids the one that lifted his hind leg and
it was the Egg Bowl that got him fired. Yeah.
And then I'm sorry, that was the Ole Miss kid. So Matt Luke got fired, and they hired Kiffin.
Oh, I thought they both made a change after that game, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mississippi State hired Leach, and then they hired Kiffin.
Yeah.
So they hire Lane Kiffin after the kid pees, and they lose it. And then it's like, because they were going into that game, they were like, well, the loser of this game may get fired. And he won the game. And then they go to, I think, the Music City Bowl, and apparently there was some kind of incident at practice or something where the players maybe scuffled or something, which happens. They use that as an excuse to get him out. You're gone. How about that, Joe? And now he's the head coach at Akron.
And now he's at Akron. Yeah, that's right.
The Gamecocks last year.
And it's funny. Yeah, Mississippi State plays 4 playoff teams.
Oh,
I know, dude.
Plus Ole Miss.
Yeah, 1/3 of their schedule. Yeah, 4 playoff teams. You got 2 teams on the schedule who finished with 9 regular season wins. 2 at 8, and then Arkansas.
Wow.
Now, outside of obviously, Southern Miss, Alcorn, and Northern Illinois, I did not include any of that in my calculations.
Watch out for Northern Illinois; they're the giant killers. And Toledo came to Starkville and beat the crap out of Mississippi State last year.
I know
the Rockets, the Toledo Rockets.
I hope they bounce back. I hope they have a great year.
51 new players.
Gosh.
Yeah, so they fire that guy, and then so Leach did give them stability. Back to your point, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to go 7-5, 8-4 every year. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
you
just,
know.
that's just kind of what kind of coach he is. They're going to run into somebody that they can light up. My God, now he didn't. Unfortunately, he passed away. That game, Mississippi State came in with Arnett in 2023 and lit Carolina on fire.
Yeah. Oh God.
Was that pass defense was not good at the time?
Mm-mm.
I'm so glad. Well, that sounds really bad to say. I shouldn't say it that way. I'm so glad Mike Leach was a. No, I'm not. I would much rather him coached in that game. But
you're glad the offensive aptitude of Zach Arnett was not as high as the previous coach.
the matchup would have not been good for Carolina that night, all things considered.
Oh my God! That could have been oh God, the over under on that could have been 75 points.
And I think this too, Phil. I think Mississippi State was like, well, this is how we can win. And look, Mississippi State fans are different. They're Carolina's had some tastes in football. Mississippi State's done okay. They were ranked. Heck, they were number 1 in the very first college football playoff poll. That will be forever a trivia question with that Dak Prescott. They won national championships in baseball. They've been to Final Fours in basketball. But they're an all sports fan base. You know, they're okay if football goes 8-4, goes to a bowl. You know, they're not wanting to fire coaches with winning records, although they did fire Joe Moorhead.
Right.
But they figured out, how do we do that? It's like Kentucky. They figured out, well, we're going to let Stoops run the ball up the middle all the time and play good defense and be a boring pain in the butt, almost the opposite of our basketball program.
Right.
And that's how we're going to win 6 and get to a bowl, that in scheduling. So State's figured out, okay, with us, if it's all about offensive ball, you know. And because I think Mississippi State fans feel like if they're going to lose, because it's like Sylvester Croom's teams, couldn't get the ball over the 50.
No, those were rough.
Those were not good offensive football teams.
Were rough.
Very not so stellar. And Mississippi State previously, prior to Dan Mullen getting there, they were more of a defensive minded. I mean, I remember one of their games was Auburn played in Starkville one year. The final score was 3-2. Auburn. Whoa. Shoo, buddy. Anyway, and so I think they figured out offense wins. And what Zach Arnett did was he said, I don't want to run this offense anymore. Oh, really? After they won the bowl, they actually beat Illinois in a Florida bowl game. You know, I guess he's trying to protect his defense or whatever.
Right.
And that App State system, it sounds good. And in the SEC, there's a lot of stuff like that Sean Elliott does. That's old school app, but it just wasn't. If you're built for the air raid, and Leach was just now getting to the point where he had taken over and tried to, build it for the air raid, and then you try to flip it back in 1 year. That's tough. And so now Levy's back to running the air raid, but they don't have. I don't know. Kalanga.
They don't have the mind.
That just kind of shows you though that coaching turnover still matters and can still hurt you,
right?
As a program, that's why Mississippi State's having some issues right now. Kalanga. Let's get out of here.
That's right. I'm firing it up now.
Thank you to all the Nana Sports Chat Boxers today here on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. We'll be back tomorrow on a Friday. John Whittle to preview the Tennessee baseball series.
Yeah.
I don't think we talked about baseball at all today.
Well, why would we?
Fine with me. Well, we didn't talk about Carolina baseball. We talked about
it's opening day. Yeah.
Happy opening day to all that celebrate.
That's right. Happy opening day to all who celebrate.
Appreciate you joining us. I'll be back with another fantastic episode of Coffee in the Morning. So be sure to check that out. And then Phil and I will be in, like I said, with John Whittle. And we'll preview the weekend. And then it'll be the weekend.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Woohoo.
Get us out of here, Phil.
All right. Yep. Looking ahead. And don't forget, morning show. We got Raphael is feeling better. fortunately, and he will be back. I saw him on another program earlier this week. So Rafael Esparza going to give us the best lines and odds for the weekend. Of course, we got Stuart Lake coming in here to tell us how we could potentially try to upset the number one team in the land, the Tennessee Vols, coming in. But for JC, myself, and everyone else, the chat box, have a great Thirsty Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and go Cox.